Hey there. Tonight's story isn't about war or conquest. It's about pettiness. Glorious, thunder-hurling, revenge-plotting pettiness. Because on Mount Olympus, no grudge is too small, no insult is ever forgotten, and no god, no matter how divine, is above being spectacularly dramatic. You'll hear of jealous siblings, rival lovers, rigged contests, and divine meltdowns that shape the fate of mortals, just because someone didn't say thank you. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it actually brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is right now. It's always strangely comforting to see who else is out there drifting off to the same quiet myth. So, close your eyes, let the clouds part, and settle in for a whisper-soft tour of Olympus, where the drama never sleeps. Let us begin, as all good cautionary tales do, with a marriage. Not just any marriage, mind you, but the sacred union between the king and queen of the gods themselves, Zeus and Hera. On Mount Olympus, their relationship was held up, not as an ideal, but more as a constant source of divine tension, storm clouds, and the occasional herd of transformed cows. Now, marriage in the ancient Greek world was considered a societal pillar, albeit one built on decidedly patriarchal stone. It involved alliances, dowries, and heirs. Love was optional. Respect was negotiable. Fidelity, well, let's not be silly. And in that regard, Zeus and Hera were deeply traditional. Their marriage began inauspiciously. Zeus, the thunder-wielding lord of the skies, had first attempted to court Hera politely. She was unmoved. So, in a move that tells you everything you need to know about him, Zeus transformed himself into a shivering little bird. Hera, ever maternal, took pity and held the trembling creature to her breast. Whereupon Zeus promptly transformed back and took advantage of her sympathy in a way that would not pass muster in any modern courtroom. Hera, shamed and cornered, agreed to marry him. The gods celebrated for 300 years, and the two were considered a cosmic match. But from the very start, their union was less a story of divine harmony and more an extended exercise in competitive vengeance. Zeus was, to put it mildly, not faithful. He pursued mortals, nymphs, and even the occasional divine relative with an enthusiasm bordering on the athletic. Danae, Io, Leda, Semele, Europa. The list of his conquests would require its own Homeric catalogue, and each liaison was accompanied by a transformation. A golden shower, a swan, a bull, even a particularly aggressive cloud. This was not mere philandering. This was performance art. Now, Hera, as goddess of marriage, might have been expected to preserve domestic order with grace and patience. But patience was not her strong suit. No, Hera's love language was spite, and her preferred method of communication was targeted torment. Not against Zeus, mind you, but against his lovers and the children that resulted. Io, a priestess of Hera, was seduced by Zeus and promptly transformed into a white cow to hide her. Hera, seeing through the ruse, requested the cow as a gift. She then appointed the 100-eyed Argus to guard her new bovine prisoner. When Argus was later slain by Hermes, Hera memorialized him by placing his eyes on the tail of the peacock. A petty flourish, if ever there was one. Semele, mother of Dionysus, was tricked by Hera into asking Zeus to reveal his full divine form. He did. She perished in a blaze of celestial overkill. Hera 1. Semele, ashes. Leto, another lover, was harassed across the world by a furious Hera who forbade her from giving birth on any land under the sun. Leto finally found refuge on the floating island of Delos, where she delivered Artemis and Apollo. It was said even the land trembled at Hera's wrath. And of course, there was Heracles, Zeus's favourite illegitimate son, born to the mortal Alcmene. Heracles became the lifelong object of Hera's ire. She sent snakes to his cradle. She drove him mad so he would kill his own family. And when he set off on his famous 12 labours, it was Hera who ensured that each task was as miserable as possible. One might almost call it constructive parenting, if not for the malice. Yet Hera's vengeance was not limited to mortals. She once attempted a coup against Zeus himself, enlisting Poseidon and Athena in a plot to bind him in unbreakable chains. It failed, of course. Zeus was eventually freed by Thetis, incidentally, mother of Achilles, and punished Hera by hanging her from the sky in golden manacles with anvils tied to her ankles. One imagines the marriage counselling sessions after that were rather tense. But what truly made Hera and Zeus the Mount Olympus power couple wasn't the grandeur of their domains, sky and marriage, but their sheer persistence. No matter how many betrayals, plots, imprisonments, or cattle transformations occurred, they remained married. Their union was less about affection than inevitability, a divine metaphor for endurance, if not exactly romance. It's worth noting that in ancient Greek culture, the gods weren't supposed to be paragons of virtue. They were reflections, larger-than-life versions of human instincts and emotions. Zeus and Hera weren't failing at marriage. They were enacting it in mythological proportions. If the gods couldn't manage fidelity or patience, what hope had mortals? Hera herself was not without admirable qualities. She was regal, majestic, and fierce. A protector of women in childbirth, a symbol of queenship. In Argos, Samos, and Olympia, her cults rivaled even Zeus's. Her iconography, often seated, sceptre in hand, diadem gleaming, exuded dignity. But her stories rarely endear. She is usually the antagonist in someone else's tragedy, a figure of cold rage and calculated cruelty. Whether she ever truly loved Zeus is unclear. What is clearer is that she hated being made a fool, and she made sure no one forgot it. Zeus, for his part, remained unrepentant. He was, after all, the sky. He thundered. He flung lightning. His infidelities weren't expressions of passion so much as dominance, symbolic of his rule over gods and mortals alike. He was not punished for these affairs. He was celebrated even. The mortals he seduced were often elevated, literally turned into stars, trees, or constellations. The children he fathered became heroes. His lovers, though, were ruined, scorned, transformed, or dead. It's here we see the double standard of divine politics. Zeus was the king. Hera was the queen. But she ruled over order, and he ruled over chaos. She enforced loyalty. He flouted it. She punished, he pardoned, and yet, despite it all, they were inseparable. In art, they are depicted side by side, often enthroned, surrounded by peacocks and thunderbolts, embodying the permanence of rule. In myth, they act as a unit, never quite at peace, but never divided. There's a particularly curious tale, preserved in some later sources, where Hera attempts to regain Zeus's attention by withdrawing from him entirely. She retreats to the ends of the earth. Zeus, finding her absence unsettling, stages an elaborate ruse. He has a statue of her made, declares he's marrying someone new, and parades the fake bride through the heavens. Hera, predictably, appears in a fury and, in some accounts, laughs at the deception. They reconcile, at least temporarily. Even in their trickery there was mutual recognition, a divine Cold War, punctuated by absurd peace offerings. The Greeks, for their part, were fascinated by the psychology of this celestial bickering. Tragedians like Euripides and comedians like Aristophanes often leaned into the absurdity of divine squabbles. The gods weren't moral guides, they were cautionary tales. Children in Athens might have heard of Hera's endless vendettas and learned a simple lesson. Don't annoy your wife, especially if she has access to serpents and weather systems. And in religious practice, Hera remained deeply revered. Her festivals, like the Heraia, celebrated feminine strength and social order. Marriages were consecrated in her name. She was feared, yes, but respected. She was a reminder that power in the divine realm wasn't just about thunderbolts. Sometimes it was about endurance and memory, and a grudge that could outlast empires. Zeus and Hera's marriage was not a love story in any modern sense. It was a mythological battlefield where fidelity and punishment danced a slow, endless waltz. Yet perhaps their staying power, their refusal to separate no matter the outrage, was a kind of loyalty in itself. An exhausting, toxic, theatrically dysfunctional loyalty. Their quarrels were never resolved. They simply paused between episodes. The ancient Greeks, watching from their temples and altars, would have recognized the truth in that. Because on Mount Olympus, as on earth, the most bitter arguments are not always the ones that end. They're the ones that keep going. Century after century, myth after myth, husband after husband. On the rocky slope of the Acropolis, amidst marble columns and cicada songs, lies the heart of ancient Athens, a city named not for a king or a warlord, but for a goddess. Not just any goddess, of course, but Athena herself. Warrior, strategist, weaver of fate and cloth. The story of how she came to lend her name to the city is, predictably, one of divine competition, public drama, and yes, petty divine squabbling. It begins, as many good disputes do, with Poseidon. Poseidon, god of the sea, horses and earthquakes, was not known for his subtlety. He was a god of impact, trident in hand, beard bristling with salt and ego, and like most Olympians, he had a taste for dominion. Cities, temples, worshippers, all fair game. And when he looked upon the still unnamed city rising near the Saronic Gulf, he saw opportunity. So, naturally, did Athena. Athena, born from the head of Zeus fully armed, was everything Poseidon was not: measured, strategic, composed. Where he stormed, she planned. Where he roared, she reasoned. But make no mistake, she was no less ambitious. She too wanted a city. And so it was proposed, or more likely demanded, that there be a contest. The city would go to whichever deity could offer the better gift to its people. Now, we might pause to ask, better by what standard? Usefulness? Aesthetic appeal? How well it aged over time? The myths, as usual, are a bit fuzzy on details. But the contest, according to tradition, took place on the Acropolis itself, with the 12 gods present to observe, and King Cecrops, a rather snake-legged fellow, if we believe the stories, serving as judge. Poseidon went first. In true Poseidon fashion, he struck the ground with his trident, and a spring erupted. Depending on the version, it was either seawater or salt water. Not the most refreshing of beverages, mind you, but impressive nonetheless. Some versions say it gushed violently. Others say it formed a small lake, later called the Erectheis. He looked about expectantly. A crowd-pleasing move, certainly. Flashy, loud, moist. Then came Athena's turn. She stepped forward, no theatrics, and planted an olive branch. Silence. A tree? Just a tree? But as it grew, slowly, steadily, the people began to murmur. The olive tree would provide food, oil, and wood. It was not just a gift, it was a way of life. In a dry land with shallow soil, olives could thrive. They could be traded. They could feed a city. And so the decision was made. Athena had won. The city would be named Athens. Her temple, the Parthenon, would rise above it. The olive tree would become its symbol. And Poseidon? Well, Poseidon did not take the loss well. He was a sore loser, our sea god. Petulant, some would say. Upon losing, he flooded part of the Attic plain in a fit of divine pique. A wet tantrum, if you will. Others say he merely withdrew, grumbling, back to the depths. But the result was the same. The rivalry lingered. Yet despite the contest's outcome, Poseidon was not entirely banished from Athens. Far from it. A sanctuary to both gods stood atop the Acropolis. The Erektaion, an ancient temple beside the Parthenon, housed sacred relics of the contest. The saltwater spring, known as the Sea of Erectheus, and Athena's olive tree, said to be the very one she planted. It was a diplomatic compromise. Ancient city-states were deeply religious, and hedging one's divine bets was a prudent move. After all, you never knew when the god you slighted might send a drought, an earthquake, or a vengeful kraken. But the tension between Poseidon and Athena did not end with naming rights. Their rivalry extended to patronage, values, and even aesthetics. Poseidon represented force, passion, raw nature. Athena, meanwhile, embodied intellect, order, and restraint. One was the untamed ocean, the other the measured battlefield. And in many ways, Athens chose the latter, becoming a centre of learning, art, and structured warfare. This symbolic divide was no accident. The Greeks were deeply invested in what their gods represented, and which deities a city honoured told you a great deal about its identity. Sparta, for instance, leaned more toward Ares. Corinth had Aphrodite. Delphi had Apollo. Athens had Athena, and by choosing her, they chose an image of rational strength, of strategy over brawn, of olive branches over tidal waves. But one must not forget, the Greeks loved a grudge. Poseidon, denied Athens, found other cities to favour. Corinth, notably, built temples in his name. He remained a powerful god in coastal areas, worshipped by sailors and merchants alike, and his feuds with Athena spilled over into myths, each more ridiculous than the last. In one tale, Poseidon accuses Athena of helping the hero Perseus, who famously decapitated Medusa. A Gorgon Poseidon himself had once, shall we say, become involved with, under unfortunate circumstances, in a temple of Athena. Athena, ever the perfectionist, was not amused. She punished Medusa with serpents and a petrifying gaze. Whether Poseidon objected is unclear. He tended to move on quickly. Then there was the Trojan War, where Poseidon and Athena found themselves on the same side. At least initially. Both supported the Greeks, both detested the Trojans. But during the long siege, their cooperation frayed. Poseidon, irritated by perceived slights, began to waver in his support. Athena, as always, remained strategically vengeful. Even after the war, their divine paths diverged. Athena aided Odysseus, guiding him home. Poseidon did the opposite, delaying, punishing, sending storms, and making the poor man's journey a decade-long exercise in patience. That Odysseus survived at all is a testament either to Athena's cleverness or to Poseidon eventually getting bored. Back in Athens, the olive tree endured. It was said that even when the Persians sacked the city in 480 BCE and burned the Acropolis, the tree miraculously sprouted again the next day. A sign, the Athenians believed, of their goddess's continued favour. To the Greeks, the tale of the contest was not just myth. It was a foundational story explaining not only the city's name, but its values. The olive tree symbolised peace and prosperity. Athena's victory reinforced the city's image as a place of wisdom, craft, and measured might. Poseidon's loss, meanwhile, served as a kind of cautionary tale, a reminder that flashiness and force do not always win the day, that sometimes the quiet gift, the tree instead of the spring, can shape history. Of course, one might argue that the real pettiness lay in the fact that the gods needed a contest at all. Why not share the city? Why not co-patron it peacefully? But this is Olympus we're talking about, where compromise is considered suspicious and grudges are passed down like heirlooms. The rivalry between Athena and Poseidon may have started with a city, but it came to embody two opposing philosophies. In art and literature, their contrast was drawn again and again. The spear versus the wave, the shield versus the trident. And yet, they were bound together, forever etched into the mythology of Greece, forever circling each other like opposing stars in a constellation of divine egos. Their feud, in its own way, became a kind of collaboration. For what is a good story without a worthy rival? Without someone to shake the foundations? Or, in Poseidon's case, flood them? So the next time you see the ruins of the Parthenon, or walk among olive groves under the Mediterranean sun, remember, this place bears not just Athena's name, but Poseidon's resentment. A silent spring, still said to glisten in the rock, is all that remains of his offering. And above it, the olive tree quietly thriving, as if to say, thank you for playing. It began, as many divine quarrels do, with pride, Apollo's to be precise. The golden god of music, prophecy, and a rather inconvenient lack of humour, was basking in the radiance of his own brilliance. His sacred cattle were grazing contentedly in the sun-drenched fields of Pieria. The lyre was tuned, the sky was clear. The chariot of the sun would soon trace its arc across the heavens. In other words, all was well in Apollo's shining world, until it wasn't. You see, someone had stolen his cattle. Not a few. Not a calf here or there. The entire herd had vanished overnight. Now, Apollo, being a god, was not used to losing things. Least of all things that mooed melodiously and glowed faintly with divine energy. He was, to put it gently, incensed. Naturally, he assumed the culprit must be mortal. Mortals were always poking their grubby fingers into divine affairs. Or perhaps a satyr, or a lesser god with nothing better to do. What he did not expect, what no one in their right mind would have expected, was that the thief in question was a newborn. Not a youthful god, not a child, an actual freshly born infant. His name was Hermes. Born just the previous morning to Maia, a reclusive mountain nymph and one of the Pleiades, Hermes was the latest in Zeus's long line of somewhat spontaneous offspring. Maia, ever private, had hidden away in a cave to give birth. Perhaps she hoped her son would grow up quietly, without the chaos of Olympus. But fate and Hermes had other plans. The moment he was born, Hermes began scheming. While Maia slept, exhausted from labour, her son slipped from his cradle and toddled outside. He hadn't yet reached his second hour of life when he saw Apollo's cattle grazing in a distant field. Most babies look for milk. Hermes looked for targets. He didn't just steal the cattle, he engineered the theft. To mask the tracks, Hermes reversed the hooves of the cows, forcing them to walk backwards. This meant that anyone following the trail would believe the cows had walked in the opposite direction. As for his own footprints, he wore sandals woven from bark and grass, the better to obscure his steps. For a being scarcely able to blink, his ingenuity was unnerving. He herded the stolen cattle into a cave near the river Alpheus, a good distance from their original pasture. There, he sacrificed 2 of them to the 12 Olympians. Well, 11 Olympians, actually, as Hermes cheekily left himself out of the offering, claiming it would be improper. Then, ever the criminal mastermind, he returned to Maia's cave in Arcadia, tucked himself neatly back into his cradle, and waited. Back in Pieria, Apollo was attempting to remain calm. He examined the field. He followed the trail. He frowned. Something didn't make sense. The hoof prints led the wrong way. There were no human footprints, no signs of wild animals, and his divine intuition told him that this wasn't some simple act of nature. Eventually, after much wandering and some divine prodding, Apollo arrived at Maia's cave, and there, swaddled sweetly and blinking up with disarming innocence, lay the thief himself. Apollo confronted the infant. Hermes denied everything. Using the ancient art of baby talk and wide-eyed blinking, he protested his innocence. He claimed he could not possibly have walked, much less managed a complex cattle-rustling operation. "Look at me," he cooed. "Do I look like someone who can steal livestock?" Apollo was not amused. Dragging Hermes from his cradle, gently, one assumes, Apollo stormed up to Olympus and demanded justice from their father, Zeus. The king of the gods listened intently as Apollo laid out his case. A theft had been committed. A herd had been rustled. And the guilty party, shockingly, was an infant with a suspiciously smug expression. Zeus, hearing this tale, did what many fathers do when one child accuses another of improbable mischief. He laughed. The thought of his newborn son outwitting Apollo, stealing divine cattle, and returning to bed undetected was simply too amusing. But Apollo, who didn't often find himself the punchline, was insistent. He wanted his cattle back. He wanted the truth. And preferably, he wanted it without further mockery. Hermes, recognizing that the jig was up, decided to change tactics. Instead of denial, he offered a gift. During his brief period as a fugitive, Hermes had invented something entirely new. A musical instrument made from the shell of a tortoise, with strings stretched across its hollow back. It was the lyre, and it made a sound unlike anything the gods had ever heard. Hermes plucked the strings. The melody filled the hall. It was gentle and strange, a sound that seemed to shimmer with the very essence of twilight. Apollo, god of music, felt his anger soften. His heart, if not his pride, was moved. Hermes offered him the lyre. In return, he asked only for peace, and perhaps a formal role among the gods. Apollo, grudgingly impressed, accepted. The cattle were returned, minus the 2 that had been sacrificed, of course. The lyre was now his, and Hermes had pulled off one of the greatest career launches in divine history. Zeus, thoroughly entertained, formally recognized Hermes as an Olympian. He would become the messenger of the gods, the patron of travellers, merchants, thieves, and those who operated in the grey areas of life. Apollo, for his part, would now wield the lyre as his signature instrument, a symbol of his dominion over music, courtesy of the baby who had once robbed him blind. Their relationship never fully recovered. Apollo, despite the music, never forgot being made a fool of, and Hermes, never one to let a joke die, continued to test the limits of what he could get away with. In one later tale, Hermes stole Apollo's bull. In another, he taught a group of shepherds how to cheat in dice games. He lied with charm. He spoke in riddles. He moved between worlds with a wink and a nod. But for all his mischief, he served a purpose. He was the god of thresholds, of beginnings, boundaries, and in-between places. Roads, doors, deals, and dreams. Apollo, in contrast, was the god of clarity, of light, of laws and reason. The sun in his golden chariot, the healer, the prophet, the musician. Their feud was never violent, but it was enduring. Apollo represented what was fixed, Hermes what was flexible. Apollo was poetry. Hermes was prose. One wrote odes, the other wrote contracts, with clauses in very small print. Yet, in a strange way, they complemented one another. Apollo taught Hermes the art of augury, interpreting omens from birds. Hermes, in turn, shared with Apollo the flute, the shepherd's pipe, and other musical tricks. There was beneath the irritation a kind of grudging mentorship. Still, one imagines that Apollo never quite shook the sting. To be bested by a peer is one thing. To be outwitted by someone in swaddling cloths is quite another, especially when they do it with such flair. But that, perhaps, is what made Hermes so enduring. To the Greeks, Hermes was not just a god. He was a type, the fast talker, the trickster, the charming rogue who bends the rules but somehow makes it work. He was the one you prayed to before a journey, and before a gamble. And Apollo? He was the brilliance you aspired to, the order you relied on. But it was Hermes who made you laugh. Their myth speaks to something timeless. The clever underdog against the powerful authority. The younger sibling with something to prove. The idea that intellect, creativity, and a bit of nerve can overcome even the most radiant power. It also serves as a reminder that even gods, for all their grandeur, are prone to embarrassment, that divine dignity can be punctured, and that sometimes peace is best negotiated over a good tune. In art and poetry, the lyre became synonymous with Apollo, but it was Hermes who made it, who invented music, who found, in the shell of a tortoise, the song of the cosmos. And so, when you hear the twang of strings or see the image of a winged sandal, think of that day when the sun god was humbled, and the god of crossroads found his way to Olympus, not through conquest, but through comedy, cunning, and composition. Because in the end, Hermes didn't win with strength. He won with style. If you were to picture the most awkward family gathering on Mount Olympus, and there were many, you'd do well to imagine Artemis seated stiffly at one end of the divine banquet table, arms crossed, gaze pointedly away, while Aphrodite lounged at the other end, flicking grapes into her mouth and pretending not to notice. It wasn't just a clash of personalities. No, that would have been manageable. This was a deep, philosophical incompatibility masquerading as divine rivalry. A contest not of thunderbolts or transformations, well, not usually, but of values, lifestyles, and the distinct belief that the other was utterly insufferable. On one side, Artemis, goddess of the hunt, guardian of the wild, and protector of maidens. Stern, self-possessed, with a bow always within reach, and absolutely no time for romantic entanglements of any sort. Her vow of chastity was not so much a lifestyle choice as a personal crusade. If she'd had a no soliciting sign, it would have been made of bronze and enchanted to shoot arrows. On the other, Aphrodite, goddess of love, beauty, and the gentle chaos of desire. Lush, languid, and delighted by mischief of the heart, she was as comfortable orchestrating a love affair as Artemis was decapitating a stag. Wherever she went, sighs followed, and wherever Artemis went, silence did. And therein lies the problem. Their feud wasn't built on a single moment of betrayal or a slight at a banquet, though those certainly helped. It was a slow-burning tension, an unspoken but mutually understood truth. They simply could not stand each other's company. Let's begin with the basics. Artemis valued discipline, purity, and autonomy. Her band of nymphs swore loyalty and abstinence, roaming forests far from prying eyes. She despised the messiness of attraction. It was beneath her, uncivilized, irrational, and most importantly, distracting. Aphrodite, meanwhile, viewed such resistance as not just puzzling, but offensive. Love, in her view, was the highest form of life's pleasure. To deny it was to deny nature itself. Artemis's cold rejection of such things, a slap in the face of everything Aphrodite stood for. Their divine duties often brought them into conflict. Aphrodite would inspire desire. Artemis would punish those who acted on it. Take, for instance, the case of Hippolytus, a noble young man devoted to Artemis. He shunned love entirely and gave all honour to the virgin goddess. Aphrodite naturally took this as a personal insult. Not just indifference, but disdain. And no one disdains Aphrodite without consequences. So she orchestrated a tragic chain of events. She caused Hippolytus' stepmother, Phaedra, to fall desperately in love with him. He rejected her, horrified. She lied, claimed he had tried to seduce her. His father, Theseus, cursed him. Poseidon obliged. The boy's chariot crashed and he died. Now one might think Artemis would take action, and she did, but only after the boy lay broken and lifeless. She swore revenge, and later arranged for his rebirth and veneration, but by then the damage was done. Aphrodite, for her part, felt perfectly justified. You honour the gods, or you suffer the consequences, especially if the goddess in question is the very embodiment of love, and you are loudly abstinent. Another example? Callisto, a loyal follower of Artemis, sworn to chastity like the rest. Unfortunately, she caught the eye of Zeus, who, in true Olympian fashion, disguised himself, this time as Artemis herself, and seduced her. Callisto became pregnant, something she couldn't hide forever. When Artemis discovered this betrayal, she cast her out, furious. To Artemis, the vow had been broken. To Aphrodite, this was proof of the futility of resistance. Desire, after all, was inevitable. Try to run from it, and it would wear your face and meet you in the woods. Even myth itself often reflected their antipathy. In epic after epic, love and the wild are at odds. Beauty blooms in the court, not the forest. And women, especially mortal ones, are punished more often than praised for trying to live outside Aphrodite's realm. Artemis's world is harsh but clear. Rules are known, boundaries respected. There are no ambiguous invitations, no confusing glances. Her followers run with wolves and live by the moon's cold light. Aphrodite's world is a tangle of tension and velvet. Lines blur. Emotions rise and fall like tides. And her devotees, they rarely come out unscathed. Both realms are powerful, and neither tolerates interference from the other. There's also the matter of masculinity, and how each goddess responded to it. Aphrodite, of course, embraced the entanglements of men. Gods and mortals alike fell at her feet. She had Ares, the god of war, wrapped around her finger despite his iron temperament. She inspired desire with a look, toppled kingdoms with a sigh, and made even the most rational of kings lose their composure. Artemis, conversely, had no patience for male attention. None. Ask Actaeon, a hapless hunter who stumbled upon her while she bathed. It was an honest mistake, or so he might have claimed, had he not been immediately transformed into a stag and ripped apart by his own hounds. The lesson was clear: keep your distance. And yet, the myths often seem to conspire to place these two goddesses in each other's orbit, perhaps because they represented such opposing forces: virginity and lust, self-control and indulgence. The arrow and the rose. There's a curious tale of the judgment of Paris, that infamous divine beauty pageant. Here, Aphrodite competed directly against Athena and Hera, not Artemis, but it's hard not to imagine Artemis watching from the sidelines, arms crossed, unimpressed. The idea that a mortal man should judge a goddess on appearance, that Aphrodite would bribe him with the most beautiful woman in the world. Artemis likely saw the whole affair as a farce, and, one suspects, she was not entirely wrong. What's notable is how their feud was largely ideological. They didn't attack each other directly. Artemis didn't challenge Aphrodite to a duel. Aphrodite didn't cast love spells on Artemis's followers to spite her. Well, not often. But their values were so opposed that every action felt like an affront. They were two queens of two incompatible realms, and the mortals caught between them, especially women, often bore the consequences. You see, ancient Greek society had a complicated view of women. They could be devoted wives or dangerous seductresses, faithful daughters or wild forest maidens. Aphrodite and Artemis embodied those extremes. A woman might pray to Artemis during childbirth. Though a virgin, she was also protector of women in labour. But that same woman might also beg Aphrodite to restore her husband's affection or make her desirable again. To please one goddess often meant offending the other. In this way, the feud between Artemis and Aphrodite became symbolic. Not just a divine cold war, but a reflection of every woman's struggle between independence and intimacy, restraint and romance, the clarity of solitude and the chaos of connection. Artemis offered escape from marriage, from expectation, from entanglement. She and her followers ran freely, wielding weapons, answering to no man. But such freedom came with isolation, and in some cases tragedy. Aphrodite offered power through allure, through softness, through the ability to bend hearts and shift fates. But her gifts came at a cost: jealousy, obsession, loss. In their own ways, both goddesses demanded devotion, and both punished disloyalty, though in very different styles. Artemis would hunt you down. Aphrodite would make you fall in love with someone entirely unsuitable and watch you unravel. Yet despite, or perhaps because of, their opposition, both remained revered. Their temples stood firm. Their myths endured. And not once, in all the chaos of Olympus, did either admit the other had a point. That's the pettiness of it, really. Not the grand punishments or tragic consequences, but the simple refusal to yield an inch. Aphrodite knew Artemis would never soften. Artemis knew Aphrodite would never stop meddling. They were fixed stars in the same sky, circling each other warily, always shining, never touching. And so the forest and the boudoir remained separate realms. One ruled by the silent hunter in silver, the other by the smiling goddess of roses. And heaven help the mortal who tried to please them both. If ever there was a queen who could turn a raised eyebrow into an instrument of destruction, it was Hera. Wife of Zeus, queen of Olympus, patroness of marriage, and guardian of oaths. Hera had the sort of regal bearing that made you apologize simply for standing near her. With a crown perched high upon her brow, and a scowl finely honed from centuries of divine disappointment, she ruled not only Olympus, but also the bitter art of holding a grudge, especially when it came to her husband's infidelities, which were quite frankly frequent enough to qualify as a weather pattern. Which brings us to Leto. Leto was no seductress, no schemer. She was, if myth is to be believed, one of the more mild-mannered figures in the chaotic soap opera of Olympus. A Titaness by birth, daughter of Coeus and Phoebe, Leto possessed a calm dignity, a quiet presence in a family of loud ambitions. Unfortunately, she also caught the wandering eye of Zeus, and Hera, predictably, was not pleased. Zeus, ever the amorous storm cloud, was charmed by Leto's serenity. She didn't swoon, she didn't scream. She simply accepted, as one might accept the sudden arrival of a thunderstorm. The result, inevitably, was a pregnancy. But this particular pregnancy would not go unnoticed, nor would it go unpunished. Hera's wrath was swift, but not in the thunder and lightning sense. No, this was a slow, strategic revenge, the sort only Hera could devise. She issued a decree: no land under the sun was allowed to offer Leto sanctuary to give birth. It sounds almost poetic, doesn't it? Until you imagine the logistics. Pregnant with twins, swollen and exhausted, Leto was now forced to wander the known world in search of a place to rest. Every island, city, plain and peak turned her away. Not out of cruelty necessarily. Consider the tale of Niobe. Niobe, queen of Thebes, had many children, some say 12, others 14. Flush with pride, she mocked Leto for having only two children. What was that compared to her own brood? She taunted, boasted, and paraded her children through the streets. Apollo and Artemis heard the insult. They descended, swift and merciless. With divine arrows, they slaughtered Niobe's children, boys and girls alike. In most versions, all were slain. In others, a few were spared, but the result was clear. Leto's children did not suffer insults. Niobe fled, weeping, and was eventually turned to stone. To this day, a cliff in Mount Sipylus is said to weep with her tears. It wasn't the only act of vengeance. When mortals doubted Apollo's parentage, he reminded them with prophecies so precise they cut like blades. When Artemis heard whispers of Leto's disgrace, she silenced them with arrows. The gods were many things, but they were above all loyal to their narratives. Leto, meanwhile, never sought revenge. She remained serene, withdrawn, a quiet figure amidst Olympus's drama. Her dignity became her weapon. She never raised her voice. She never plotted. And that, more than anything, infuriated Hera. Because Hera's feud with Leto wasn't about passion. It was about principle. Leto had broken no vows. She hadn't seduced Zeus. She had simply existed gracefully, calmly, and carried divine children. And that quiet success, that gentle defiance, was the deepest insult of all. Other lovers of Zeus had been transformed into cows, trees, or stars. Io had wandered as a heifer. Callisto became a bear. Semele was incinerated. But Leto? She gave birth, survived, and was honoured. She didn't fall. She rose. Delos became one of the most sacred sites in the Greek world. Pilgrims sailed across seas to honour Apollo and Artemis. Poets wrote hymns. Kings sent offerings. Leto's name, once whispered, now echoed in marble halls. And Hera, seated atop Olympus, watched. Perhaps she plotted. Perhaps she muttered, but she never succeeded in bringing Leto low. Because Leto had already won, not by fighting, but by enduring. The feud between Hera and Leto stands apart in Greek mythology. It's not a story of dramatic confrontations or screaming matches. It's not loud. It's not violent. It is a tale of exclusion, resistance, and grace under pressure. Leto's trials, wandering the world while pregnant, barred from shelter, abandoned by her divine peers, mirror the struggles of countless women through history, cast out for reasons beyond their control, punished not for actions, but for mere existence. Yet Leto persisted. She found a loophole. She gave birth, and her children loved her fiercely. In many ways, Leto became the goddess of quiet triumph. Her name doesn't inspire fear, but it does command respect. As for Hera, well, she remained Hera, regal, rigid, perpetually aggrieved. And the feud, though it faded from myth, lingered in the background. Every time someone honoured Delos, Hera must have felt the sting. Every time Apollo's oracle spoke, or Artemis hunted by moonlight, Hera's defeat whispered through the wind. But Hera had her own victories. She remained Queen of Olympus. She guarded marriage. She kept the divine order. And while she could never quite erase Leto, she made sure the memory remained tinged with difficulty. Such is the nature of petty feuds. They're not always loud. Sometimes they live in the corners of silence, in the withheld invitation, in the subtle sneer, in the decree no one questions. And in the end, Hera versus Leto is not the story of a mother-in-law and a rival. It's the story of two women navigating a world ruled by Zeus and finding very different ways to survive it. One through power, the other through perseverance. And so, on that little island in the Aegean, where two of the greatest gods were born, the memory of Hera's spite still lingers. Not in the waves, but in the way the stones seem just a little defiant. As if even the earth itself remembers what it meant to shelter Leto. And stand up, however quietly, to a queen. In the turbulent pantheon of Greek mythology, divine disputes are as common as olive trees in Attica. But few rivalries carry the heavy, quiet weight of Demeter versus Poseidon. It's not a feud fueled by theatrics, nor one immortalized in epic poems. No monstrous transformations, no epic showdowns, no dramatic verdicts from Mount Olympus. Just one goddess, wounded and silenced, and one god striding through myths with the self-assurance of someone who rarely faces consequence. This is not merely a feud, this is a reckoning. Demeter, the goddess of grain, harvest, and fertility, held a power unlike any other deity. She didn't hurl thunderbolts. She didn't stir tempests, but without her, nothing grew. Her influence stretched across the mortal realm in a way few gods could claim. She made civilization possible. Cities were built, laws formed, temples raised, all because the earth could feed the people. and it fed them because Demeter willed it. Poseidon, on the other hand, ruled the seas. He was tempestuous, wild, and profoundly proud. Earthquakes, floods, horses, and even certain rivers fell under his jurisdiction. He was not subtle. His moods shaped coastlines. And when he desired something, or someone, he pursued it with the insistence of an incoming tide. Which brings us to the crux of this myth. In one of the darker corners of the mythological canon, Poseidon became obsessed with Demeter. Why? The sources never say precisely. Maybe it was her beauty, often described as serene and maternal. Maybe it was her aloofness. Demeter didn't cavort with the other gods much. She stayed in her groves, her fields, her sanctuaries. Or maybe Poseidon, ever drawn to the untamed, saw something he could not possess and decided to make it his. Demeter rejected him, clearly, unequivocally. But rejection to Poseidon was never the end of the story. When his advances turned aggressive, Demeter ran. She transformed herself into a mare and hid among a herd of wild horses in Arcadia. This wasn't a playful transformation. It was an act of desperation. A goddess of immeasurable power reduced to flight and disguise. Her very divinity couldn't protect her from what was coming. Poseidon found her. He changed into a stallion, tracked her down, and mounted her. Even in the form of a horse, his violation could not be softened. There are no polite euphemisms here. It was rape, plain and brutal. And Greek mythology, so often focused on heroes and monsters, barely flinches as it moves past the event. But the consequences linger. From this act came 2 children. Arion, a miraculous horse who could speak and run without tiring, and Despoina, a mysterious goddess who was worshipped in secretive rites in Arcadia. While Arion became part of heroic tales, Despoina's worship was shrouded in mystery, often associated with shadows and silence. She represented something hidden, something not spoken aloud. And what of Demeter? She was shattered, but not broken. Rather than confront Poseidon in open defiance, she did something more devastating. She withdrew. She left Olympus, left her duties, left the fields. And when Demeter is gone, nothing grows. The fertile earth turns hard. Grain withers in the soil. Animals die. Hunger spreads. The world begins to starve. This wasn't her first disappearance. She would later vanish again during her daughter Persephone's abduction. But this departure was different. It was personal. Demeter did not scream. She did not wage war. She simply allowed the world to feel the full weight of what it meant to lose her. Eventually the gods noticed. Mortals cried out. Sacrifices ceased. Worship faltered. And without mortal belief and offerings, the gods themselves began to weaken. It was not lightning or war that threatened Olympus. It was famine. And famine, in this world, was Demeter's to command. The myths are vague on how long this period lasted. Weeks, months, perhaps longer. But eventually, something had to give. And so, Demeter was coaxed back. Not by Poseidon, not by apology, but by necessity. She returned to the world. Crops grew, fields turned green again. The cycle resumed. But her grudge remained. Unlike other goddesses who faded after trauma, Demeter did not become a tragic footnote. She emerged stronger. She would become the heart of the Eleusinian mysteries, a deeply sacred cult that offered promises of rebirth and eternal life. These rites, cloaked in secrecy, centered on the story of Demeter and her daughter Persephone, but they also drew from her deeper narrative, that of suffering, withdrawal, and return. And Poseidon? He did not suffer. He continued as ever, ruling the sea, striking the ground with his trident, fathering strange children. He never faced retribution. There was no trial, no punishment, no divine intervention. This, too, is part of the myth's uncomfortable truth. But there was a consequence, nonetheless. Exile from her world. Poseidon was never again welcomed into Demeter's domain. His name does not appear in her temples. Their symbols never intertwine. Unlike the sprawling, interconnected pantheon, where gods frequently intermarry, reconcile, and conspire, Poseidon and Demeter remain distant. The silence between them is absolute, and for a god to be ignored is sometimes more painful than to be cursed. This feud, if it can be called that, is one-sided. Poseidon seems unbothered, but the myth gives us clues that he knows. He stays away. His storms avoid her groves. His waves do not lap the fields she blesses. It is as though he respects, or perhaps fears, the boundary she drew in the soil. Demeter's strength lay not in revenge, but in presence, in returning, in thriving. She did not let Poseidon define her. She allowed herself grief, yes, and retreat. But she returned not as a victim, but as a matriarch, as a lawgiver, as a protector. Her Eleusinian rites became among the most celebrated in ancient Greece. Pilgrims travelled from far lands to seek her blessing. Kings and peasants alike revered her. In her mystery cult, participants learned that even the deepest sorrow could lead to rebirth. That descent was not the end. That silence was not surrender. In these rites, nothing of Poseidon was mentioned. He was erased, and perhaps that is where Demeter's victory lies. Not in vengeance, not in confrontation, but in outlasting him. There is a common thread in mythology where gods violate and goddesses endure. But Demeter's story feels different. It lingers. It unsettles. It reminds us that power does not always shout. Sometimes it simply refuses to look you in the eye again. In modern terms, we would say Demeter set a boundary and kept it. She did not forgive. She did not forget. And she did not allow the violation to consume her identity. She remained herself, wholly and fiercely, that Poseidon could not touch. In literature, we often crave closure, punishment, justice, balance. But in myth, closure is rare. The Greeks were honest about that. Their stories often leave wounds open. And in this case, the wound didn't close. It became part of the terrain. Arcadia, where the assault occurred, remained a sacred place. Wild, powerful. It was home to cults of Demeter and Despoina, where the rituals were performed in secrecy, and where even men had to avert their eyes from certain rites. The horses that galloped across its fields were seen not just as animals, but as symbols of the divine, and of the power that rides with women who reclaim their dignity. Even in the animal kingdom, horses were sacred to both Poseidon and Demeter. But where Poseidon represented their wild strength and chaos, Demeter was linked to their service in agriculture, the yoke, the plough. In their shared symbol, the split is complete. One god rules by storm, the other by cycle. The myth also marks one of the earliest recognitions in storytelling that trauma can be survived, but not erased. That pain shapes, but does not define. And that dignity, once reclaimed, can become holy. And so Demeter continued. She watched over crops. She guided mortals in the ways of planting, harvesting, and thanking the earth. She ensured that humanity could survive the harshness of winter and the bounty of spring. Her lessons were not only of survival, but of justice. When mortals wronged her, she punished. When they honoured her, she rewarded. But she never forgot the lines that had been crossed. Poseidon may have wielded a trident and churned the seas, but Demeter, with her sickle and silence, cultivated a more lasting power. A power that nourishes. A power that remembers. A power that says, quietly but firmly, never again. And so, when we think of the petty quarrels and grand feuds of Olympus, remember this one, not for its spectacle, but for its endurance. Not every grudge needs a thunderbolt. Sometimes it just needs a field that refuses to grow. In the labyrinthine halls of Greek mythology, where gods are as petty as they are powerful, and mortals are regularly squashed like insects for daring to excel, there is one tale that unravels slowly, beautifully, and with biting irony. It begins not with war, or lust, or prophecy, but with the hum of a loom. Athena versus Arachne is a feud so petty it feels almost modern. Not the type to inspire Iliads or epic sea voyages. No ships are launched over a loom. And yet, it is one of the most enduring tales in mythology, precisely because it is so achingly human. Pride, talent, truth, and consequences. Let's start with Athena, the goddess of wisdom, strategy, and crafts. A divine paradox. A war goddess who favoured diplomacy. A virgin deity who oversaw marriage, and a proud goddess of reason who, occasionally, lost her temper in the most unreasonable ways. Among her many domains, weaving was one of Athena's proudest claims. In ancient Greece, weaving was far more than domestic drudgery. It was an art form, an economic engine, and a deeply gendered ritual. Women wove the textiles that clothed families, outfitted warriors, and adorned temples. Skill with a loom was synonymous with virtue, patience, and intelligence. Naturally, Athena was considered the divine patron of this essential craft. She was said to have woven her own armour and designed the first loom. In fact, her gift of the olive tree to Athens was often accompanied in art and poetry by the gift of weaving. Enter Arachne, a mortal girl from the region of Lydia, known not for her lineage or her beauty, but for her utterly astonishing weaving. Her father was a humble dyer of purple wool. Important work, but not noble. Arachne was no princess, no muse-touched maiden, just a common girl with uncommon hands. People travelled miles to see her tapestries. Her threads shimmered like sunlight through leaves. Her designs were so intricate, birds seemed to flutter and gods to breathe on the fabric. It was said that even the nymphs came to marvel at her work. And soon the whispers began. She weaves like Athena herself, they said. She weaves better, murmured others, perhaps with a glance over their shoulders. Arachne heard these whispers, and she did not correct them. When questioned about her talent, she shrugged off the idea that the gods had anything to do with it. "It's my skill," she said, matter-of-factly. "I learned it. I practiced. No goddess guided my hand." Now, hubris in Greek mythology is less about ego and more about overstepping. Mortals can be proud. They can even be great. But to claim equality with the gods? That's like juggling thunderbolts while standing on Zeus's dining table. So, naturally, Athena heard about Arachne, and naturally, she decided to pay her a visit. In some tellings, Athena arrives disguised as an old woman, her cloak wrapped around her like a winter fog. She warns Arachne gently, "Be careful. Show humility. Thank the gods for your gift." Arachne snorts. "Why should I? I earned this skill. Let Athena come if she dares. Let her try me." In that moment, the old woman disappears. In her place stands Athena, radiant, armoured, eyes like storm clouds on the verge of a downpour. "So be it," she says. Thus begins the great weaving contest. 2 looms, 2 sets of hands, 1 divine, 1 mortal. An audience of nymphs, mortals, and the invisible watchful presence of fate. Athena sets to work. Her tapestry is a celebration of the god's glory. At the centre, her contest with Poseidon for the city of Athens. She shows herself victorious, offering the olive tree. Around the borders she weaves cautionary tales. Mortals who challenged the divine and paid dearly. Niobe, who lost her children. Capaneus, who defied Zeus and was blasted from his siege ladder. Pentheus, torn apart for mocking Dionysus. Athena's message is as refined as it is unmistakable. Know your place. Arachne, undaunted, weaves something very different. Her tapestry tells the stories that people whispered in shadows, the dark underbelly of Olympus. She shows Zeus transforming into animals and rain to seduce or overpower mortal women. Leda and the swan, Europa and the bull, Danae and the golden rain. She depicts Poseidon pursuing Medusa inside Athena's own temple, Apollo chasing Daphne, Dionysus, wild and staggering, corrupting innocence, the gods as lechers, deceivers, bullies, and the artistry, perfection, not a thread out of place. Each panel breathes. The fabric itself seems to judge its audience. When they finish, Athena stands in silence. She inspects the tapestry. She cannot find fault, not in the craftsmanship, and not painfully in the truth. And that is what breaks her. She does not praise, she does not concede, she destroys. With divine fury, Athena tears Arachne's tapestry to shreds. She rips the loom apart, and she turns on the girl who dared to speak truth to Olympus. In some versions, she strikes Arachne. In others, she simply curses her. The result is the same. Arachne, humiliated, rejected, and crushed by the injustice of it all, hangs herself. And here, the story could end. Another mortal destroyed for daring too much. But Athena, perhaps moved by regret, perhaps seeking poetic balance, revives Arachne, not as a girl, but as a spider. You shall live, Athena says, but you shall weave forever, and never again will you challenge the gods. Arachne's body shrinks, her limbs lengthen, her fingers become legs. She hangs from a thread, and thus the first spider spins her web. This myth, more than many, demands unpacking. On the surface it reads as a cautionary tale. Mortal pride meets divine wrath. The end. But look closer. Arachne's pride was not unfounded. She truly was the best. Her tapestry didn't insult the gods. It revealed them. She held a mirror up to Olympus and said, "Look." Her punishment was not for lying. It was for telling the truth. And that makes this feud uniquely uncomfortable. Athena, goddess of wisdom, behaves not with reason but with rage. She cannot tolerate criticism. She cannot reward honesty. She chooses destruction over grace. Why? Because Arachne committed the unforgivable sin of being right. This story resonates today because it captures the timeless struggle between talent and power. Arachne was an artist, a young woman from nowhere who dared to be better than the system. She created beauty, yes, but she also spoke truth. And power hates truth when it undermines control. In silencing Arachne, Athena also silenced every artist who might dare speak too clearly. Yet in transforming her, Athena ensured that Arachne's legacy would endure. Spiders became sacred to weavers. In medieval Europe, they were sometimes associated with diligence and patience. And today, Arachne lives on not only in literature, but in biology, arachnids, named for the girl who wove too well. Even her punishment was laced with irony. Athena meant to reduce her, to make her small. But spiders are, in their way, powerful. Their webs are marvels of engineering, stronger than steel by weight. Invisible traps, spun from nothing. Every thread a monument. In transforming Arachne, Athena ensured that her art would survive where temples crumble and statues fade. There's another layer to this myth too, the role of women and voice. Weaving in the ancient world was one of the few socially acceptable means of storytelling for women. They couldn't speak in the agora. They rarely held power. But through cloth, they recorded weddings, funerals, myths, and memories. A tapestry could speak when a woman could not. And Arachne used that voice unflinchingly. She wove not romance, but violation. Not glory, but cruelty. She refused to whitewash. In doing so, she crossed not just a divine boundary, but a societal one. And for that, she was punished, not by mortals, but by the goddess of logic herself. Some scholars see Athena's act as a betrayal of her own principles. Others interpret it as a test Arachne failed, not in talent, but in diplomacy. She didn't couch her critique. She didn't offer flattery. She was blunt, and bluntness, especially from women in myths, or anywhere, rarely ends well. Yet the myth endures. Writers and artists have returned to it for centuries. Dante references Arachne in the Inferno, suspended in her own web. Ovid tells a tale with sympathy in the Metamorphoses. Modern poets and feminists have reclaimed her as a symbol of silent genius. She is everywhere, really. Every time a girl draws something controversial and is told to be nice. Every time an artist is told to stay in their lane. Every time someone in power bristles at uncomfortable truth told beautifully. Arachne spins still. And Athena, for all her wisdom, remains a cautionary tale in her own right. Her legacy is not just the olive tree or the city named for her. It is also the silence she tried to impose. The truth she couldn't bear to see made real. So the next time you see a spider's web, fragile, geometric, gleaming in the dawn, remember the girl who wove gods into truth, who refused to lower her eyes, who paid the price. And remember this too, not all feuds are loud. Some are stitched in silk. Some last forever. Arachne won in the end, not because she lived, but because she was remembered. Because she wove what could not be unseen. And Athena, however reluctantly, ensured that the loom would never fall silent again. Among all the divine squabbles and Olympian theatrics, there is perhaps no feud more enduring and more deeply steeped in the peculiar mix of love, pride, and jealousy than the one waged by Hera, queen of the gods. Her battles were not fought with swords or lightning, but with glances, punishments, transformations, and curses. Subtle, symbolic, and, frequently, brutal. And the targets? Almost always women. Women, it must be said, who had the misfortune of catching Zeus's wandering eye. Now, to properly understand Hera's position, let's begin with context. Hera was not merely the wife of Zeus. She was a powerful goddess in her own right, a daughter of Cronus and Rhea, and the goddess of marriage, women, and childbirth. She had dignity. She had status. She had temples and priestesses and sacred animals, notably the peacock and the cow. She was a protector of matrimony and morality. And yet, her mythological legacy is one of near constant bitterness. Why? Because she was married to Zeus, the king of the gods, and a world-class philanderer. Zeus's list of romantic entanglements would make even the most seasoned soap opera writers blush. Nymphs, mortals, titans, even the occasional goddess, none were safe from his attention. and for each of his escapades, Hera responded not by striking Zeus down, which, one might argue, would have been both fair and efficient, but by targeting the women involved, whether they were willing participants or not. This, of course, has puzzled and irritated generations of readers. Why, we ask, didn't Hera punish Zeus? Why turn her divine fury on women who more often than not were victims of trickery, force, or transformation? The answer, if there is one, lies in the strange emotional logic of myth. Hera's wrath wasn't fair. It wasn't rational. It was deeply personal. And in the ancient world, where marriage was about loyalty, status, and dominance, her fury made a kind of mythological sense. So let's take a quiet stroll through some of the pettier, sadder, and more unforgettable moments of Hera's vendetta. Let us begin with Io, a priestess of Hera. Zeus fell in love with her, no surprise there, and, to hide his affair, turned her into a cow. A literal cow, Hera, ever suspicious, demanded the animal as a gift. She then appointed a watchman, Argus, who had 100 eyes, to guard Io. Zeus, being Zeus, sent Hermes to lull Argus to sleep with music and kill him. Hera was livid. She took Argus's eyes and placed them on the tail of the peacock, one of her sacred animals. Then she sent a gadfly to torment poor Io, who, still a cow, wandered across Europe and Asia in misery until she finally reached Egypt and was restored to human form. From priestess to cow, to exile to goddess, a journey dictated by divine infidelity and divine vengeance. Next up, we have Callisto, a follower of Artemis sworn to chastity. Zeus seduced or assaulted her, depending on the version, and she became pregnant. When Hera discovered the affair, she did not confront Zeus. She transformed Callisto into a bear. Eventually, Callisto's son nearly killed her during a hunt. To prevent this, Zeus placed them both in the stars, as the constellations Ursa Major and Ursa Minor. A touching ending, perhaps. But Hera, not to be outdone, was said to have persuaded Oceanus and Tethys never to let those stars bathe in their waters, hence why those constellations never set below the horizon. Even in the heavens, Hera's wrath lingered. Then there was Leto, mother of Apollo and Artemis. Hera, furious that Leto was pregnant by Zeus, banned her from giving birth on any land under the sun. Every island and country turned her away, fearing Hera's vengeance. At last, Leto found Delos, a floating island not anchored to the earth, and gave birth there. Even then, Hera delayed the birth by holding back Eileithyia, the goddess of childbirth. Only after 9 agonizing days did the twins arrive. In each of these stories, Hera's fury is relentless. But the most infamous of her targets may be Semele, a mortal woman and the mother of Dionysus. Zeus, enamoured of Semele, visited her in secret. Hera, discovering the affair, disguised herself as an old woman and sowed doubt in Semele's mind. "If Zeus truly loves you," she said slyly, "ask him to reveal himself in his true divine form." Semele, trusting in her lover, did exactly that. Zeus, bound by a promise, appeared in his full glory, thunder, lightning, radiance, and Semele was incinerated on the spot. Zeus, to salvage the situation, rescued the unborn child and stitched him into his own thigh. Thus, Dionysus was born, twice born actually, and Hera, once again, was left to stew. She did not stop there. Hera pursued Dionysus throughout his youth, driving him mad, exiling him, and making his followers suffer. She drove the mortal woman Ino insane for fostering the infant god. Her fury was a flood, affecting not just her rivals, but their children, their friends, their cities. She once drove Heracles, son of Zeus and Alcmene, into a madness so fierce that he killed his own wife and children. This was not a one-off punishment, it was a lifelong vendetta. Even after death, Hera's feud with Heracles continued. But perhaps the most chilling example of Hera's pettiness is the story of Echo. Echo was a mountain nymph with a lovely voice and a tendency to talk too much. She was also a useful distraction. When Zeus visited the nymphs, Echo kept Hera busy with long-winded conversations, allowing Zeus to sneak away. When Hera discovered the trick, she cursed Echo to only repeat the last word spoken to her. Echo's voice, once her greatest gift, was reduced to mimicry. She would later fall in love with the beautiful Narcissus, but unable to speak her feelings, she faded away until only her voice remained. So, what do we make of all this? On one hand, Hera's actions are, undeniably, petty. She punishes women for Zeus's misdeeds. She lashes out not at the source of her pain, but at its symbols. She is vindictive, unrelenting, and frankly, terrifying. And yet, Hera is also tragic. She is the goddess of marriage in a marriage that is perpetually broken. She is bound to Zeus not just by love, but by mythology, by the structure of the divine order. She cannot leave, she cannot punish him, so she strikes where she can. Her wrath is the wrath of someone who has been repeatedly humiliated, yet must still play the role of queen. She is expected to stand tall, dignified, serene, while her husband cavorts with mortals and immortals alike. Her feud, in a way, is not with individual women. It is with the system that traps her. Of course, myth doesn't excuse her behaviour. Her victims are often innocent. Her vengeance ruins lives. But it does make her story more complex. Hera isn't simply a villain. She's a symbol of how power, pain, and pride entangle. She embodies a very specific kind of fury, one that simmers beneath the surface, elegant and poised until it boils over. The ancient Greeks saw her not just as cruel, but as a guardian of oaths, a deity who reminded mortals and gods of the sanctity of promises. She punished not just infidelity, but betrayal. And perhaps that's why her rage endures. It's not just about jealousy. It's about betrayal of loyalty, the violation of trust, the breaking of sacred vows. Hera's feud with her rivals isn't just emotional, it's ideological. She cannot strike Zeus, so she strikes what he values. And in doing so, she asserts her power in the only way allowed to her. Her temples remained among the most revered in the Greek world. At Samos, Argos, and Olympia, she was worshipped with grandeur. She was not feared alone, she was respected. Queens and brides invoked her name. Her presence loomed large in wedding rituals and state ceremonies, because even in her pettiness, Hera remained the queen. And what is a queen, in mythology, if not a paradox? Loved and feared, dignified and wrathful, bound and unyielding. Hera's feud was eternal, but so was her influence. In the end, she outlasted many of her rivals. Io became a goddess in Egypt. Callisto rose to the stars. Semele died. Leto gave birth to powerful gods. But Hera remained on Olympus, watching, judging, unforgiving. She was the storm behind the throne, the thunder beneath the crown. And though her targets changed, her fury never did. Greek mythology is not known for its warm family stories. If you're looking for examples of sibling affection, stable marriages, or happy inheritances, you would do better consulting a different canon entirely, perhaps something involving woodland creatures. But in terms of familial catastrophe, no line suffers more richly, repeatedly, and bloodily than the House of Atreus. To enter their world is to enter a multi-generational horror story laced with betrayal, murder, cannibalism, and divine vengeance. Every child of this family inherits not only a kingdom, but a legacy soaked in ancestral guilt. Even by mythological standards, their saga reads like a curse that festers across centuries. So for tonight, we turn down the oil lamp, settle into our most uncomfortable cloak, and drift into the quiet but relentless doom of one of the most cursed families in myth. It all begins, unsurprisingly, with a quarrel over power. At the root of the Atreid curse is Tantalus, a king favoured by the gods. He was even allowed to dine with them, an unthinkable honour for a mortal. But naturally he abused this privilege. In one version of his story, he steals ambrosia and nectar from the gods and shares it with mortals. In another, far darker account, he kills his own son, Pelops, chops him up, and serves him to the gods as a stew, just to see if they'll notice. It was a culinary challenge the gods did not appreciate. Most of them were, thankfully, wise to the trick. They refused to eat. All except Demeter, who, distracted by grief over her daughter Persephone, ate a portion of Pelops' shoulder. When the truth was revealed, the gods reassembled Pelops and replaced the missing bit with a shoulder of ivory. He was resurrected, gleaming and whole. Tantalus, meanwhile, was punished eternally in the underworld. His name lives on in the word tantalize, for he stands in a pool of water he can't drink, beneath fruit he can't reach. But the damage had already begun. The family was marked. Pelops, now back among the living, grew up to be a handsome and ambitious man. He sought the hand of Hippodamia, daughter of King Oenomaus. The king, however, wasn't keen on marrying her off. Every suitor had to race him in a chariot, and everyone lost and was executed. Pelops, not keen to die, turned to Poseidon, who once had a fondness for him, and received a divine chariot. He also, and here the myth gets murky, either bribed or seduced the king's charioteer, Myrtilus, asking him to sabotage the wheels. Oenomaus crashed and died. Pelops, victorious, married Hippodamia. But when Myrtilus expected a reward, Pelops killed him, hurling him into the sea. As he drowned, Myrtilus cursed Pelops and all his descendants. That's curse number 2. Pelops and Hippodamia had many children, including Atreus and Thyestes, the next bearers of doom. These two brothers would continue the fine family tradition of betrayal, rivalry, and bloodshed. When the throne of Mycenae became vacant, the brothers jostled for power. Atreus was chosen to rule, but Thyestes seduced Atreus' wife and stole a golden ram, a symbol of divine favour, and claimed the throne. Atreus, upon discovering this treachery, did not respond with diplomacy. He pretended to reconcile. He invited Thyestes to a grand feast. Thyestes arrived, ate heartily, and then learned, too late, that the meal had been made from the flesh of his own sons. Yes, it's one of these feasts again. Atreus revealed the severed heads and hands of the boys after the meal, just to make the trauma complete. Thyestes fled in horror, and the gods, not surprisingly, were appalled. The curse deepened. Eventually Thyestes, through an oracle's advice, realized that to truly avenge himself, he would have to father a child with his own daughter, Pelopia. That child, born of incest and revenge, was Aegisthus. Meanwhile, Atreus raised Aegisthus as his own, unaware of the child's true origin. When Aegisthus grew up and learned the truth, he murdered Atreus, thus completing Thyestes' vengeance. From there, we enter the age of Atreus' sons, Agamemnon and Menelaus, heroes of the Trojan War. Menelaus, of course, is most famous for being the wronged husband of Helen, whose abduction by Paris sparked the war. But it's Agamemnon, the elder brother, who takes centre stage in the family's continued unravelling. Agamemnon married Clytemnestra, sister of Helen. When the Trojan War broke out, he led the Greek forces. But en route to Troy, the fleet was becalmed at Aulis. The seer Calchas declared that the only way to appease the gods was to sacrifice Agamemnon's daughter, Iphigenia. Agamemnon agreed. He lured Iphigenia to Aulis under the pretense of a wedding and then sacrificed her. In some versions, Artemis spares her at the last moment. In others, she dies. But regardless of the version, the betrayal enraged Clytemnestra. While Agamemnon was away fighting for 10 years, Clytemnestra took Aegisthus. Yes, the same Aegisthus, son of Thyestes and Pelopia, as her lover. When Agamemnon returned from Troy, triumphant and burdened with spoils, including the prophetess Cassandra, daughter of Priam, he expected a hero's welcome. Instead, he was murdered. In some accounts, Clytemnestra stabs him in the bath. In others, she nets him like a fish, and Aegisthus finishes the job. Cassandra, cursed to always speak true but never be believed, prophesies the doom but is ignored, and killed too. This sets the stage for the next generation, Orestes, son of Agamemnon and Clytemnestra. As a boy, Orestes was spirited away to safety. When he reached adulthood, he returned to avenge his father. And he did, by killing his own mother. This act, while noble by the logic of revenge, placed him in a terrible bind. He was guilty of matricide, a crime so severe it was considered unnatural, even for myth. The Furies, ancient goddesses of vengeance, descended upon Orestes. They chased him across Greece, driving him mad. He sought refuge in Delphi, and Apollo offered vague comfort. But only a trial in Athens, presided over by Athena herself, could resolve the matter. This moment marks the mythical beginning of law triumphing over blood vengeance. The jury was split. Athena cast the deciding vote. Orestes was acquitted. It was a turning point in the mythos, a transition from eternal cycles of revenge to structured justice. But still, the blood-soaked legacy of the house of Atreus remained. The sins of the fathers and mothers never vanished. They were inherited, like dusty thrones and cursed swords. We must ask, what drives this chain of suffering? The gods? Certainly, divine meddling plays a role. But often, the gods simply amplify what's already in motion: jealousy, ambition, desire. What truly sustains the curse is the refusal to forgive, the insistence on revenge as virtue. Every generation inherits a scar and then deepens it. There are echoes of this pattern in many cultures. Family curses, generational trauma, the idea that what is unresolved does not disappear. It festers. The Atreid saga speaks to the horror of being born into a narrative already in progress, one that demands your participation whether you want it or not. And yet, myth offers glimmers of hope. Orestes' trial suggests that the cycle can end, that justice can replace vengeance, that healing, however faint, is possible. But the House of Atreus also reminds us that endings come slowly, that even acquittal doesn't erase pain. The Furies, appeased by Athena, become the Eumenides, the kindly ones. Their role changes from vengeance to protection. It is a poetic shift. The very forces that once destroyed now preserve. In the ancient world, such stories weren't cautionary tales in the modern sense. They were explanations for the world's cruelty. Why do innocent people suffer? Why does history repeat itself? The answer: the past is never really past. And so we sit, watching the fire flicker, and listen for the tread of doomed footsteps. A banquet prepared, a net tightened, a voice warning but unheard. The House of Atreus is not merely a myth, it's a mirror, a reminder that family legacies can be burdens, that justice requires courage, that cycles can break, but only at great cost. And perhaps, above all, it reminds us that sometimes, to survive a curse, we must choose not to pass it on. Our descent into doomed dynasties concludes with perhaps the most infamous cursed figure of all. Oedipus, the man who solved a riddle, became king, and unknowingly fulfilled a prophecy so dreadful that it echoes through literature and psychology to this day. The Oedipus myth is not only a tale of fate and misfortune, it is a study in how the pursuit of truth, no matter how noble, can lead to ruin when the truth is more terrible than ignorance. Let us now dim the oil lamp, draw close to the hearth, and tread carefully into the city of Thebes, where the gods play their cruel games, and no man escapes his appointed path. Oedipus was born the son of King Laius and Queen Jocasta of Thebes. At his birth, an oracle declared that he would one day kill his father and marry his mother. This was not the sort of news one celebrates with a feast and a toast. Horrified, Laius ordered the infant to be taken into the wilderness and abandoned. To ensure the deed was done, Oedipus's ankles were pierced and bound, a cruel detail that would mark him forever. The servant entrusted with the task, however, could not go through with it, and instead gave the child to a shepherd, who in turn delivered him to the childless king and queen of Corinth, Polybus and Merope, who raised him as their own. And so, Oedipus grew up believing he was a Corinthian prince, destined for kingship. He was clever, strong, and confident. But one day, at a feast, a drunkard hinted that he was not the true son of Polybus. Disturbed, Oedipus sought out the oracle at Delphi to learn the truth. As oracles often do, it answered not the question he asked, but the one he feared most. You are fated to kill your father and marry your mother. Appalled, Oedipus resolved never to return to Corinth, believing Polybus and Merope to be his real parents. In an effort to outmaneuver destiny, he walked directly into it. On his way to Thebes, at a narrow place in the road, somewhere between coincidence and cruel design, Oedipus met an old man and his entourage. A dispute arose, tempers flared, and Oedipus, ever quick to anger, slew the travellers. One of them was, unbeknownst to him, his true father, King Laius. Having unwittingly committed patricide, Oedipus continued on to Thebes. The city was under siege, not by armies, but by a sphinx, a creature with the body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, and the face of a woman. The sphinx posed a riddle to all who passed, and those who failed to answer correctly were devoured. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? She asked. Oedipus replied, Man, who crawls as a baby, walks on 2 legs as an adult, and uses a cane in old age. The Sphinx, defeated, flung herself from a cliff. Thebes was saved, and its people were grateful. Their king was dead. Their queen, Jocasta, was widowed. And so they offered Oedipus the crown and the hand of the queen. He accepted both. Thus, the prophecy was fulfilled. Oedipus had killed his father and married his mother, but neither he nor Jocasta knew it. Years passed. Thebes flourished under Oedipus's rule. He and Jocasta had 4 children, 2 sons, Eteocles and Polynices, and 2 daughters, Antigone and Ismene. All seemed well until a second plague struck the city. Crops withered, livestock perished, and women stopped bearing children. The people cried out to the gods for relief. The oracle at Delphi was consulted once more. The message was clear: the plague would not lift until the murderer of King Laius was found and punished. Eager to save his city, Oedipus swore to uncover the truth. He called upon Tiresias, the blind prophet of Apollo. Tiresias was reluctant to speak, but when pressed he declared, "You are the one you seek." Oedipus, horrified and disbelieving, accused the prophet of treason. He suspected a plot. Perhaps Creon, Jocasta's brother, sought the throne, but Jocasta urged him to calm himself. Oracles were not always to be trusted, she said. After all, she and Laius had once received a prophecy that their son would kill his father. But the child had died, and Laius had been killed by bandits at a crossroads. At which point Oedipus paled. He, too, had killed a man at a crossroads. The timing, the location, the number of attendants, everything matched. Soon, a messenger from Corinth arrived with more news. King Polybus had died. Oedipus rejoiced, believing he had escaped the first half of the prophecy. But then the messenger added, almost casually, "You were adopted, you know." He had been given to Polybus by a shepherd from Thebes, the same shepherd who had once served King Laius. The last piece fell into place. Jocasta, realizing the truth, fled to her chamber and hanged herself. Oedipus followed shortly after and found her body. In his agony, he took the gold pins from her dress and blinded himself, driving them into his eyes with the ferocity of grief. Thus the prophecy was complete, not through malice or evil, but through fate's slow, deliberate weaving. Oedipus, now blind and broken, begged to be exiled. Creon, who assumed power, granted the request. Oedipus left Thebes, led by his daughter Antigone, to live out his days as a wandering outcast. His story did not end with exile. Eventually, he arrived at Colonus, near Athens, where he found sanctuary. There, according to myth, Oedipus was granted a peaceful death, and buried in a secret place known only to the gods. His grave became a source of protection for the land, a strange reward for a life of immense suffering. But Oedipus's curse did not die with him. His sons, Eteocles and Polynices, quarrelled over the throne. When Polynices was exiled and returned with an army, the 2 brothers killed each other in battle. Antigone, ever faithful, defied the king's orders and buried her brother. For this, she was sentenced to death, walled alive in a tomb. Her betrothed, Creon's son, took his own life in despair. His mother, Creon's wife, followed. In the house of Oedipus, tragedy was not a single storm. It was a deluge that consumed generations. So what are we to make of this tale? Oedipus is not a villain. He does not act with cruelty or ill intent. He is intelligent, brave, and earnest. He saves Thebes. He seeks justice. And yet he is doomed, not by his actions, but by his origins. His story poses uncomfortable questions. Can one escape fate? Is it better not to know? What is the cost of truth? Greek audiences would have known the story well. They didn't come to be surprised. They came to watch the inevitability unfold, to feel the weight of fate, to ask, what would I have done? In later philosophy, especially among the Stoics, the tale was interpreted as a lesson in accepting one's destiny. Oedipus suffers not because he is evil, but because he resists what has already been decreed. For modern minds, the story became something else entirely. Sigmund Freud saw in Oedipus the hidden desires of the unconscious mind. The Oedipus complex, the idea that children harbour repressed feelings for their parents, transformed a myth into a psychological framework. It was controversial, of course, and still debated today. But it shows the enduring power of the myth. What is it about Oedipus that stays with us? Perhaps it's the irony, the man who seeks the truth only to destroy himself with it, or the idea that our greatest virtues, intelligence, bravery, honesty, can also lead us to ruin. Or maybe it's the quiet horror of discovering that the life you built, the family you love, the person you believe yourself to be, is founded on a secret so terrible it can never be undone. And yet, there's something noble in Oedipus's fall. He does not run from his guilt. He does not deny it. He accepts it. He punishes himself. He begs to be cast out. In a way, he restores order, not through might, but through accountability. His story ends not in vengeance, but in atonement. As we leave the candlelight of myth and step back into the stillness of our modern rooms, Oedipus remains with us. A figure of tragedy, yes, but also of profound humanity. He teaches us that ignorance is not always bliss, that the past, no matter how deeply buried, will rise. That truth, once seen, cannot be unseen, and that sometimes, to find peace, we must be willing to face the darkest parts of ourselves. Let us begin, as all good stories ought to begin, with a mountain at dusk. Not just any mountain, mind you, Mount Olympus, the divine residence of the gods, where the clouds gather like courtly drapery and the air smells faintly of ambrosia, and perhaps, on occasion, burnt offerings wafting up from the mortal world far below. It stands tall and regal on the northern frontier of ancient Greece, its summit so often hidden by mist that it seemed only natural to assume someone or something must be living up there. In truth, Olympus is a very real mountain, the highest in Greece actually, rising to just under 10,000 feet. But to the ancient Greeks, it wasn't merely a collection of rocks and ridges. No, it was sacred geography. It was the celestial seat of power, draped in ever-changing light and ever-watchful silence. They saw it not as something to be climbed, but to be revered. A divine penthouse, if you like, with rather exclusive tenants. And those tenants are, yes, the Olympians. 12 gods and goddesses, give or take a few, depending on which myth you believe, and how generous you're feeling with seating arrangements. Together, they form the core of the ancient Greek pantheon. Capricious, passionate, thunderous, petty, brilliant. And they were worshipped, feared, and occasionally gossiped about for centuries. Quite like celebrities, really. If celebrities could hurl lightning and turn people into olive trees. But before we meet them individually, let's linger a little on the setting. For it's twilight on Olympus, the hour when the golden light fades gently behind marble colonnades and divine banquets are just beginning. Imagine wide halls gleaming with polished stone, lyres playing softly in the background, and long tables groaning with impossible fruits, cheeses aged by the winds of prophecy, and wine so potent they'd make a satyr weep with joy. This is no place of solemnity. Olympus, in myth, was vibrant, divine, occasionally chaotic, like a very large dysfunctional family gathering with a healthy sprinkling of immortality and magical livestock. The kind of place where someone is always playing a harp, and someone else is always dramatically storming out. Now, if you're imagining marble floors and ionic columns, you're not entirely off base, but don't expect a neatly catalogued palace blueprint. The earliest Greek poets, Homer and Hesiod, speak of radiant halls and cloud gates, but they weren't exactly architectural draftsmen. What we're given is a suggestion of immense beauty, shimmering materials, and eternal comfort. Halls of bronze and gold, courtyards paved with sunlight, feasts that never end, and fountains that sing. It's less of a building and more of a heavenly ambiance. And what's a good ambiance without a menu? You'll be pleased to know the gods dined rather well. Their diet consisted primarily of two things: ambrosia and nectar. Not to be confused with a posh London cafe, ambrosia was said to be the food of immortality. What it actually tasted like depends on the source. Some say honeyed bread, others a kind of fragrant perfume you absorbed through your very essence, which frankly sounds more like skincare than a starter. Nectar, its liquid companion, flowed like sunlight in a chalice, served in cups of gold, and kept everyone in a perpetually divine state of health, youth, and likely a mild buzz. The gods didn't age. They didn't get ill. They didn't suffer the usual indignities of mortal life, apart from emotional outbursts, which, if anything, they had in abundance. The divine lifestyle was not without its duties, however. Each god had a portfolio, so to speak. Zeus, for example, handled thunderstorms, law, and infidelity. Poseidon had dominion over the sea, earthquakes, and moody tridents. Athena took care of wisdom, war strategy, and glowering from behind shields. Each Olympian had their domain, and while some took their roles seriously, others used them as an excuse to meddle in mortal affairs or skip staff meetings altogether. One might imagine that a day on Olympus involved quite a lot of sitting around looking powerful, which, to be fair, it probably did. But it also meant making decisions. Would a hero succeed in his quest? Would a city be blessed with rain, or buried under ash? Would a mortal's prayer be answered or ignored? The gods were not bound by logic. They were divine after all, and if they seemed inconsistent, well, that was rather the point. The world was unpredictable, and so were its rulers. From their cloud-wrapped thrones, the gods watched mortals go about their business with varying degrees of interest. They observed, they judged, they laughed, they wept occasionally, and sometimes they interfered, often dramatically. The line between gods and mortals, you see, was not quite so firm in ancient Greek thought. The gods were not distant deities, unreachable and abstract. They were near, familiar, emotionally turbulent. They could take human form, walk among us, fall in love, or lust more often, and produce heroes with a knack for slaying monsters and starting wars. Their children became demigods, whose lives were extraordinary but seldom long. But Olympus itself was different. It was the place the gods returned to, a safe haven above the chaos of the world. Imagine, if you will, the moment after a storm, the clouds parting, a golden glow returning, and silence falling over the peaks. That was Olympus. Not a realm of perfection, but of divine pause. The only real constant in a world where nothing else lasted. Now, about the company kept on this mountaintop. We often refer to the 12 Olympians, but the list wasn't entirely fixed. It usually included Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Demeter, Athena, Apollo, Artemis, Ares, Hephaestus, Aphrodite, Hermes, and either Dionysus or Hestia. Poor Hestia was occasionally bumped from the guest list, despite being the goddess of the hearth. One assumes she didn't mind. She always struck me as someone who preferred a quiet evening by the fire to a thunderbolt measuring contest between brothers. Each god brought something unique to the table. Apollo, radiant and polished, never without his lyre or a cryptic prophecy. Artemis, watchful and swift, ever elusive beneath the trees. Ares, brawny and brash, the kind of guest who eats all the olives and breaks the furniture. Aphrodite, all soft glances and dangerously persuasive silences. And Hermes, that wily trickster with a grin that said he'd already stolen your sandals. They were gods, yes, but unmistakably human in spirit. That was the genius of Greek mythology. Its divinities reflected us in all our glittering flaws. The Greeks built temples to honour them, yes, magnificent columns rising toward the sky, sanctuaries thick with incense and prayer, but they also told stories. Myths passed from lips to ears, campfires to amphitheatres. Stories of love, betrayal, pride, revenge. Stories that taught, warned, entertained. Olympus was not just a place above the clouds. It was a theatre stage, a family drama, a mirror of the human soul raised to cosmic scale. And what of the mortals who gazed up toward the summit? They knew they would never see its peak. Olympus was shrouded not just in clouds, but in mystery. No human was meant to reach it, not really. Those who tried, like the Titan Atlas, who bore the sky on his back, often paid dearly for their ambition. Olympus was a place of dreams. It was not for climbing, it was for imagining. And imagine it they did, the poets especially. Homer, in his Iliad and Odyssey, filled Olympus with radiant halls and divine disputes. Hesiod gave it grandeur, genealogy, structure. Later playwrights gave it irony, philosophers gave it doubt, but always Olympus remained, serene, glowing, gently aloof. Today, the mountain still stands. People hike it now, of course, in sturdy boots with trail mix and GPS. They reach the summit and see the land stretch far in all directions. The Aegean in the distance, fields below like faded mosaics. But they do not find temples, only wind and sky, and the sense of something ancient watching quietly. The gods may not live there anymore, but their stories linger in the air. And perhaps, as the sun sets over the crags and shadows pool like old wine, one might close their eyes and hear, faintly, the sound of laughter carried on the breeze, a harp, a voice, a divine footstep, something not entirely gone. So let us leave Olympus now, with a gentle step and a quiet heart. The gods are at their table, the torches are lit, and the stars have begun to shimmer above their golden halls. Sleep well, traveller, you're in good company now. We begin tonight with the sound of distant thunder. Not the kind that announces a storm, mind you. No, this one rolls in slow and steady, like a drumbeat from the heavens, accompanied by a flicker of lightning that's more theatrical than threatening. You see, when Zeus makes an entrance, he does enjoy a bit of atmosphere. Zeus, king of the gods, ruler of Olympus, lord of thunder, rain, and the celestial order, and, incidentally, one of the most complicated family men in all of mythology, which, considering his company, is really saying something. But let's not start with his scandals just yet. First, let us imagine him as the Greeks once did, seated high on his throne atop Olympus, robed in flowing white and gold, a sceptre in one hand, a thunderbolt in the other, and an expression that oscillates somewhere between stern authority and amused distraction. Around him, the air hums with power. He is not just a king. He is the very embodiment of law, order, and cosmic balance, most of the time. Zeus did not inherit Olympus by luck. His story begins in the deep past, long before there were temples, poets, or polite prayer. Born to the Titans Cronus and Rhea, Zeus was the youngest of 6 children, and the only one not immediately swallowed at birth. Yes, swallowed. Cronus, their father, had a nasty habit of eating his offspring to avoid being overthrown. It's the sort of parenting style that usually lands one on a watch list. But Rhea, the clever mother that she was, spirited baby Zeus away and tricked Cronus with a swaddled rock, which he, rather embarrassingly, swallowed whole. Meanwhile, Zeus grew up hidden in a cave on the island of Crete, raised by nymphs, suckled by a magical goat, and protected by divine warriors who clashed their spears to muffle his cries. A rather noisy nursery, but effective nonetheless. When Zeus came of age, he did what any ambitious son of prophecy might do. He returned, tricked Cronus into disgorging his siblings, and led a divine rebellion known as the Titanomachy. For 10 years, the younger gods, the Olympians, battled the old order, until Zeus hurled the final thunderbolt and sealed their victory. The Titans were cast into Tartarus, a sort of godly oubliette, and Olympus was claimed. This, then, was how Zeus became king. Not by birthright, but by cleverness, courage, and, it must be said, a knack for dramatic timing. As king, Zeus wasn't merely a figurehead. He governed the skies, yes, but also oaths, hospitality, and justice. If someone broke a sacred promise, it was Zeus they feared. If a stranger arrived at your door, you offered them food and drink in Zeus's name. He was, in many ways, the god of social glue, the one who held things together, even if his own household was often teetering on the brink. Now, if you'll forgive a brief aside, no discussion of Zeus is complete without addressing the, shall we say, romantic entanglements. Zeus, it must be admitted, had a wandering eye, and foot, and the occasional animal disguise. His liaisons with mortal women, and quite a few goddesses, form a veritable catalogue of ancient myths. Sometimes he approached them in the form of a handsome man, other times as a swan, a bull, a shower of golden light. Whatever works, I suppose. These unions produced many of the great heroes of Greek mythology: Heracles, Perseus, Helen of Troy, Minos, and so on. Each was born of a different woman, each destined for a different path, and each a small stitch in the grand tapestry of Zeus's legacy, though perhaps not the sort of legacy Hera, his wife, had in mind. Ah yes, Hera, queen of the gods, goddess of marriage, and long-suffering spouse of the most prolific philanderer in Olympus. Their marriage, as immortal as it was, would not be described as tranquil. Hera was dignified, intelligent, and ferociously proud. Zeus, for his part, loved her, in his own way, but that didn't stop him from repeatedly testing the limits of her patience. If you've ever attended a family dinner where no one mentions the elephant in the room, and then Zeus turns into that elephant, well, you begin to get the idea. Their quarrels were the stuff of legend. Sometimes Hera would attempt to outwit or even overthrow her husband. Once, she orchestrated a rebellion among the Olympians, and Zeus had to be rescued by a 100-armed giant named Briareus. Another time, he suspended her from the sky by golden chains as punishment. Not his finest moment, to be sure. But always they reconciled. or at least reached a détente. Immortality is a long time after all. One does get used to things. Yet Zeus's story is not all mischief and lightning. He was also the arbiter of cosmic balance. When mortals committed crimes or acted with hubris, that dangerous blend of arrogance and defiance, it was Zeus who issued judgment. He sent omens. He dispatched the Furies. He struck down the proud. But he also rewarded virtue. He upheld the sacred bonds of guest and host. And he listened to prayer. The Greeks saw him as the great anchor of divine authority. His image adorned temples, coins, and statues across the ancient world. In Olympia, a colossal gold and ivory statue of Zeus sat within the grand temple, crafted by the sculptor Phidias and counted among the 7 wonders of the ancient world. He was not merely a myth, he was a cultural cornerstone. And yet, there's something very human about him, isn't there? For all his thunderbolts and grandeur, Zeus often behaved like an exasperated father trying to keep a house full of eccentric children from setting the curtains on fire. He meddled in Trojan politics. He weighed the fates of heroes in battle. He tried, often in vain, to maintain order on Olympus. It was a divine soap opera, and Zeus was both director and reluctant lead. He could be merciful, forgiving Prometheus, for instance, after centuries of punishment for stealing fire for mankind. And he could be vengeful, as when he flooded the earth to cleanse it of human wickedness. But above all, Zeus was consistent in one regard. He reminded mortals of the limits of their reach. In the myths, those who challenged him, whether giants or kings, almost always fell. Not because Zeus hated them, necessarily, but because the natural order had to be preserved. And order was what Zeus valued most. In the post-Titan world, the universe was no longer chaos and darkness. It had rhythm, seasons, laws. The stars wheeled in the sky. The rains came and went. Cities rose and fell, but the heavens endured. And somewhere, high above, Zeus watched it all. Now it's easy to imagine him as simply a tyrant with a thunderbolt, but I prefer to think of him as something more complex. A divine figure who carried the weight of the world's unpredictability on his shoulders. One who stood between the realm of mortals and the unknown beyond. One who roared and wept and raged, not because he was cruel, but because the world was full of choices, and none of them ever simple. Even the gods had their burdens. So when we picture him, let it be not only with power in his gaze, but with weariness behind it. For though he was the king, his rule was never quiet. There was always a new hero to watch, a new war to judge, a new prophecy to ponder. And all the while the wind shifted, the clouds gathered, and somewhere down below, a poet whispered his name. Tonight, the thunder is distant, the skies are calm. Zeus reclines in his hall, the firelight glinting off his crown, and the world, for the moment, is at peace. The stars blink overhead like ancient eyes, and the mountain breathes its slow, eternal rhythm. Sleep now. You are under the watchful gaze of the King of Olympus, and he is feeling merciful tonight. Settle in now. The lamps are low, the fire is quiet, and tonight we turn our attention to Hera, Queen of the Gods. You've already met her husband Zeus in all his thunder-tossing, shape-shifting glory. But Hera is something quite different. Not a ruler of the skies, not a wielder of storms or prophecies, but the quiet and steady heart of Olympus. And, on more than one occasion, the source of a sharp look that could turn a lesser deity into stone, or at the very least send them scuttling off to a minor temple in Thessaly. She was, and remains, the goddess of marriage, of women, of childbirth, and of regal dignity. But Hera is not merely domestic. She is not gentle in the way springtime is gentle. She is fierce, enduring, intelligent, and more than capable of making her displeasure known, particularly when it concerns the many, many indiscretions of her husband. But we'll get to that in good time. First, let us begin at the beginning, at her birth, long before Olympus was even built. Hera was born to the Titans Cronus and Rhea. Yes, that same Cronus who had a rather troubling habit of swallowing his children whole. Hera, like her siblings Hestia, Demeter, Hades and Poseidon, vanished into the belly of her father until Zeus, the youngest and savviest of the lot, rescued them all. One does not typically think of rebirth as an act of digestion, but mythology rarely bothers with subtlety. When Zeus freed his siblings and overthrew the old order, Hera emerged into the world anew. Though younger than her brother husband, yes, mythology is like that, she quickly established herself not just as his consort, but as his equal in divine authority. She was not merely Zeus's wife, she was the queen of Olympus, crowned in her own right. And how did they meet? Well, Zeus, naturally, pursued her with all the subtlety of a lightning storm. But Hera, clever and cautious, was not so easily impressed. She resisted his advances, holding him at bay until he employed one of his more peculiar courtship strategies. Disguising himself as a helpless cuckoo bird, he flung himself into her lap, trembling and pitiful. Touched by pity, she cradled the bird, at which point he transformed back into himself, and, in classic divine fashion, took her by surprise. It's not exactly romantic by modern standards, but in the mythological world it was practically a sonnet. Their marriage, however, was far from idyllic. Hera, the goddess of marriage itself, found herself bound to a husband whose fidelity was about as stable as a chariot with one wheel. Zeus's dalliances with mortal women, nymphs, and even other goddesses became the stuff of legend and tragedy. Each time he strayed, Hera's response was not silence or resignation. It was vengeance, measured, precise, and often deeply poetic. But let us be fair. Hera's anger wasn't blind rage. It was rooted in dignity, in a deep sense of what was proper, sacred, and just. She did not lash out without cause. When she punished, she did so with the calm certainty of a queen upholding order in a realm that seemed determined to unravel. Consider, for instance, the tale of Io, a mortal priestess whom Zeus fancied. When Hera came sniffing around, Zeus panicked and turned Io into a white cow. Hera, of course, saw right through this bovine charade. She accepted the cow as a gift, ever so graciously, and appointed Argus, a giant with 100 eyes, to guard her. Not the subtlest move, but effective. Zeus, desperate, sent Hermes to lull Argus to sleep with stories and music. And once all 100 eyes had closed, Hermes dispatched him. Hera was furious. She retrieved the cowgirl Io and placed Argus's many eyes onto the tail of her sacred bird, the peacock, a detail that endures in the bird's plumage to this day. That's the thing about Hera. She didn't forget. She memorialized. She took insults and carved them into the stars, into feathers, into stone. Not out of spite, but out of principle. Her world was order, and when it was disrupted, she responded accordingly. Another tale, this one involving Heracles, one of Zeus's many sons by another woman. Hera hated him from the moment he drew breath. She sent serpents into his cradle. She drove him to madness. She placed obstacles in his path at every turn. And yet, in an irony almost too perfect, it was Heracles, after his death, who was welcomed into Olympus and reconciled with Hera, even marrying her daughter Hebe. One imagines the family dinners were tense, but Hera was not merely an angry wife. That's a simplification, and an unfair one. She was the goddess to whom women prayed for safe childbirth, for a stable home, for the sacred bond of marriage to hold firm. She was protector and patroness of queens. Her temples were among the most splendid in Greece, particularly the great Heraion near Argos, where priestesses performed elaborate rituals and dedicated their lives to her service. She was also embodiment of regal poise. When Homer describes her in the Iliad, it's with a kind of awed reverence. Tall, proud, golden-eyed. She rides in a chariot pulled by peacocks, wears a crown that gleams with the fire of heaven, and speaks with a voice that can silence a room full of immortals. Even Zeus, for all his bluster, knew when to tread carefully around Hera. Their marriage, for all its strife, was also a political bond, a symbol of cosmic balance. Zeus representing raw power and law, and Hera representing loyalty, structure, and sacred tradition. Together they ruled not just Olympus, but the framework of the Greek cosmos. Their quarrels were myth, yes, but they also reflected the eternal struggle between freedom and fidelity, chaos and order, impulse and restraint. To worship Hera was not to adore gentleness. It was to honour strength wrapped in dignity. It was to recognise that the world needs not just storms, but boundaries. That love is not always sweet. Sometimes it is fierce, wounded, enduring. Sometimes it clenches its jaw and carries on for the sake of something larger than the self. She had her moments of compassion too. She aided Jason and the Argonauts. She watched over women in labour. She lent power to those who upheld justice. In some myths, she is a maternal figure, not soft, but solid. The kind of mother who might not kiss your scrapes, but who would stand between you and a charging bull without flinching. In art, she is nearly always majestic, seated on a throne, a sceptre in one hand, a lotus-tipped staff, or a pomegranate in the other. The pomegranate, as you might recall, being a symbol of fertility and the cycle of life, one that appears frequently in ancient depictions of divine queenship. Her sacred animals, beyond the peacock, include the cow, not merely for its docility, but for its association with nurturing and steadfastness. There's a reason the Romans called her Juno, and made her the chief goddess of their pantheon. Hera's archetype, the divine matron, both feared and revered, echoes across countless cultures. She is not a goddess who fades with time. She is one who endures it. And so we imagine her now, seated in her radiant hall, high above the clouds, the golden light of Olympus falling across her brow. The peacocks shuffle softly at her feet. The fires crackle low. A divine scroll rests beside her. Perhaps a new list of grievances, or a wedding invitation, or both. The gods around her quarrel and bicker, laugh and sulk, but Hera remains still, watchful. She does not always speak first, but when she does, Olympus listens. Tonight, her gaze is calm. Her court is quiet. Somewhere in the mortal world, a marriage is made, a child is born, a vow is kept, and the Queen of the Heavens for once is at peace. Sleep now, traveller. You rest beneath her watchful eyes. and she never forgets. The sea, even now, holds a kind of ancient silence, a deep, breathing presence beneath the surface, never quite still, never fully asleep. And in that timeless blue, long before sailors traced constellations or merchants dreamed of distant shores, the Greeks believed something older stirred, something powerful, proud, and on occasion rather moody. Poseidon, brother to Zeus and Hades, god of the sea, earthquakes, horses, and, quite notably, grudges. While Zeus ruled the skies and Hades reigned below, Poseidon claimed everything that foamed, surged, churned, and crashed. The sea, after all, was not merely water to the ancient Greeks. It was a force, a frontier, a mystery. And Poseidon was its sovereign. Imagine him now, tall, muscular, bearded like a storm-beaten king, hair tangled with salt and seaweed, his trident gleaming with the wet glint of dawn tides. He does not float above the clouds like his brother. He rides the crests of waves, pulled by hippocamps, those mythical seahorses with hooves of foam and manes like river reeds. When he speaks, it's with the low rumble of tectonic plates shifting beneath your feet. He is the voice of the ocean floor, old, rumbling, and not particularly patient. His realm is vast, not only the sea itself, but every inlet, spring, and underground stream. Sailors prayed to him before journeys. Fishermen whispered his name over their nets. Even those on dry land, far from the coast, feared his wrath. Earthquakes, which the Greeks called Poseidon shaking the ground, were seen as his doing. You may recall, he's not the type to knock politely when displeased. Like his brothers, Poseidon's origin begins in darkness, swallowed, like the rest of his siblings, by Cronus, then freed by Zeus. After the Titanomachy, the war against the old gods, the world was divided. Zeus took the sky, Hades took the underworld. Poseidon was given the sea, not as a consolation prize, mind you, but as a dominion equal in majesty and terror. And to be fair, it rather suited him. Poseidon's nature was not, shall we say, consistent. Some days he was beneficent, the god who granted calm winds, guided ships safely home, and coaxed fresh water from dry earth. Other times, not so much. He could whip the sea into a frenzy, send monstrous waves toward unsuspecting shores, and summon sea beasts large enough to snack on entire cities. He was not cruel, simply temperamental. The sea, after all, is both giver and taker, and so was he. One of his more famous tempers was directed at a city we now know as Athens. You see, Poseidon and his niece Athena both wished to become its patron deity. The gods proposed a contest. Each would present a gift, and the people would choose which god to honour. Poseidon struck the earth with his trident and produced a spring. Though awkwardly, it was salt water, which isn't terribly helpful inland. Athena, meanwhile, offered the olive tree, a symbol of peace, prosperity, and rather useful for cooking. The Athenians, ever practical, chose her. Poseidon, in classic form, did not take the loss well. He flooded parts of the land in retaliation, and though things eventually settled, it was clear losing was not something he tolerated gracefully. His relationships, like his tempers, were turbulent. He married a sea goddess named Amphitrite, one of the 50 Nereids. She initially fled his courtship, which involved a fair bit of chasing and the help of a dolphin. Yes, really. But eventually she relented, and they settled into what was, by Olympian standards, a relatively stable marriage. Their son Triton was half man, half fish, and often depicted blowing a conch shell to calm or summon the waves. That said, Poseidon was not the most faithful of husbands. His list of lovers and offspring rivals that of Zeus, and includes mortals, nymphs, and even creatures of his own making. His most famous children include the winged horse Pegasus, born from Medusa's severed neck after Poseidon, rather undiplomatically, had pursued her in Athena's temple. There's also Polyphemus, the Cyclops, who rather famously got on the wrong side of Odysseus. But more on that later. Poseidon's power was vast, but it was not always respected, especially by heroes who ought to have known better. Take Odysseus, for example. After blinding Polyphemus during his long journey home from Troy, he made the fatal error of taunting the Cyclops, whose father, of course, was Poseidon. This turned what should have been a 10-day voyage into a 10-year epic filled with shipwrecks, sirens, and sulking gods. The lesson? Never anger the man who controls your travel plans. Yet Poseidon was also a builder. He helped construct the walls of Troy, though when the king refused to pay him properly, Poseidon ensured the city would one day fall. Again, we return to the theme of divine memory. The Olympians, especially Poseidon, had long memories, and an even longer sense of justice when they felt slighted. Worship of Poseidon was widespread in coastal regions. The Isthmus of Corinth housed one of his major temples, a grand structure where sailors and seagoers offered sacrifices for safe passage. Horses were sacred to him, not just sea horses, but earthly ones too. He was said to have created the first horse, striking the earth with his trident. In some myths, he's even credited with teaching humanity how to harness their strength. A reminder that Poseidon, though wild, could be generous when honoured properly. But the sea is not merely geography. To the Greeks, it was a living presence. It connected lands, carried myths, swallowed empires. And Poseidon was its voice, never entirely predictable, but always aware. His temples stood open to the wind. His statues looked outward toward the horizon. The sea was his, and so was the space between. He was also deeply involved in the origin stories of many islands. Greek mythology is filled with accounts of Poseidon raising lands from the sea, or smashing them in fits of wrath. The island of Delos, sacred to Apollo and Artemis, was said to have once floated freely across the Aegean until Poseidon anchored it in place. There were times, too, when he struck land into being, new shores rising in tribute to his power. In festivals, Poseidon's worshippers did not always offer their prayers in gentle tones. Sacrifices were often made with a mix of fear and reverence. At some coastal sites, entire horses were driven into the sea as offerings, not out of cruelty, but because Poseidon's hunger was thought to match the size of his domain. He was not a half-god, not a tender god. He was primal, elemental. Even the Romans, who called him Neptune, retained this vision of a forceful, ocean-bound deity. His image persisted through empires, carved into stone, etched into coins, guiding ships long after belief in him had faded. The sea, after all, does not forget its god so easily. We imagine him now in his underwater palace, made of coral and pearl, the walls shimmering with light filtered through leagues of ocean. Sea nymphs glide past like shadows. Triton's conch echoes faintly through distant caverns. Poseidon himself sits upon a throne of stone and shell, gazing out across his domain, silent but not still, never still. He does not speak often, but when he does, the waters respond. Perhaps he watches the mortals sailing above, their sails full of borrowed wind, their ships no more than fragile bones upon the deep. Perhaps he lets them pass. Or perhaps he sends a gentle ripple, just a reminder that he is there. Not cruel, this god, but not forgetful. He embodies the sea, vast, mercurial, essential. A god of storms and silences alike. And for the Greeks, he was not to be loved blindly, but respected absolutely. So tonight, as you drift toward dreams, let the rhythm of waves soothe your mind. The ocean has its stories, old and echoing, and far beneath Poseidon rests, not sleeping but listening. Sleep well now. The sea is calm tonight, and he allows it. Beneath the world we know, beneath the mountain roots and the drifting ocean floor, there lies a place older than memory, darker than night, and stiller than time. It is not a place of fire, though later ages would say so. Nor is it a prison. It is simply what comes next. The Greeks called it the underworld, and at its quiet centre sits Hades, god of the dead. Hades, the eldest son of Cronus and Rhea, did not rule Olympus. He did not hurl thunder or stir the seas. His power did not flash. It endured. When the world was divided among the three brothers after the defeat of the Titans, Zeus drew the sky, Poseidon the sea, and Hades, without protest, accepted the land beneath the earth. Some say he was unlucky. Others say he chose it. In truth, Hades never needed spectacle to be sovereign. He simply was. He is a god of silence, not absence, not cruelty, silence. In myth, he rarely shouts or boasts. He acts with measure, with weight. Mortals feared him, yes, but they also respected him. Not because he brought death, he did not, but because he received it. Because all roads in time lead to him. His realm is vast, layered like the roots of a great tree. The dead come by way of Hermes, who guides them gently down. At the threshold waits Charon, the ferryman, demanding his coin. It was for this reason that Greeks placed obols in the mouths of their dead. To be caught without payment meant wandering the shores of the Styx forever, unheard and unmourned. And the Styx is only one of many rivers. There is the Acheron, river of pain, the Cocytus, river of lamentation, the Phlegethon, which burns without consuming, and Lethe, river of forgetfulness, whose waters wash the mind to sleep. Each river marks a passage, not just in distance, but in meaning. They do not flow through geography. They flow through memory, through fear, through hope. The dead are judged by three ancient kings, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus. Most souls go to the Asphodel meadows, where they drift in a dreamless peace, unremarkable, undisturbed. A few, the wicked, descend to Tartarus, the deepest pit where punishment suits the crime, and a rare few, the most noble, ascend to the Elysian fields, a place of music, sunlight, and soft breezes, where even in death the good may breathe freely. This realm is Hades' charge. He governs it not with fire, but with order. He is not cruel, he is not kind. He simply ensures that what must be, is, that every soul is received, remembered, and placed. There is dignity in that, and yet despite this, he is often misunderstood. In art and story, he is sometimes mistaken for the villain, perhaps because death itself is feared, and he is its face. But Hades is no more evil than gravity. He does not hunt souls. He does not tempt or torment. He rules, patiently and perpetually, over the inevitable. His most famous myth, of course, is that of Persephone. The tale begins in sunlight, with flowers. Persephone, daughter of Demeter, goddess of the harvest, was picking blooms in a field when the earth opened. Hades rose in his chariot of obsidian and took her, down, down beneath the roots of the world. Demeter searched the earth, refusing to let crops grow until her daughter was returned. And so, at last, a compromise was made. Persephone would spend part of the year above with her mother, and part below with her husband. Thus came the seasons. Spring and summer for joy, autumn and winter for mourning. Was it love? Was it power? The myths differ. But in the underworld, Persephone became queen. Not a captive, not merely a consort, but a ruler in her own right. She sat beside Hades, not behind him. She guided the dead past judgment, tended the pale gardens of the shades. And Hades? He did not rage. He did not betray. In all the stories, he is perhaps the only god who does not cheat, who does not stray. His realm was enough. His crown was enough. His queen was enough. He is often called Ploton, the rich one, for all things beneath the earth belong to him. Gold, silver, precious stones, seeds in the soil. From him come not only endings, but beginnings. Seeds must lie in darkness before they sprout, and Hades rules that darkness. He rarely appeared among the other gods. When he did, it was always for great cause. He aided in the war against the giants. He lent his helm of invisibility to Perseus, who used it to escape after slaying Medusa. But mostly he remained apart, watching, waiting, attending to his domain. His presence was felt in rituals of mourning, in the rustle of grave goods, in the hush after a final breath. Sacrifices to Hades were done at night, with black animals, the smoke sent downward. His name was spoken in whispers, or not at all. To call him drew his gaze, and that was a heavy thing. Yet not all feared him. At Eleusis, his name was part of the mystery rites that promised rebirth. In the Orphic traditions, he was not an ending, but a gatekeeper to the next beginning. Some even believed in cycles of life and death, of reincarnation. And Hades stood not as a wall, but as a door. Imagine him now, if you will, seated on a throne of volcanic stone, surrounded by shadow, his robe falling in quiet folds. Around him flicker the shades of those long gone, speaking in murmurs only the dead understand. Beside him, Persephone tends a garden of pale flowers that bloom without sun. The air smells faintly of myrrh and memory. He holds a sceptre, not to strike, but to signal order. The dead do not rise in rebellion. They do not need chains. The weight of time itself holds them in place. Unlike his brothers, Hades does not crave glory. He is not jealous of Olympus. He does not interfere with mortals unless they enter his domain without permission. And even then, he is more judge than executioner. He sets terms. He upholds them. Consider Orpheus, who came to plead for Eurydice. Hades listened. He agreed. He gave the poet a chance to lead her out, on one condition: do not look back. And when Orpheus did, Hades took nothing more than what was owed. There was no trickery, only the rules. In a world where even gods could be petty, Hades was consistent. Perhaps that is why, for all his distance, he was trusted. Feared, yes, but also trusted. And so the Greeks lived with him always in mind. Not in terror, but in acknowledgement. They built tombs with care. They left offerings. They remembered names. Because to be remembered was to remain just a little longer in the world above. Tonight, as you lay your head down, you need not fear the God below. He is not waiting in your shadow. He is keeping watch over those already gone. He tends a realm not of fire, but of memory. he sits in silence, because there is nothing more to prove. Sleep now. Let the earth hold you gently. Let your thoughts drift like leaves on the Acheron. Let the hush of that quiet kingdom lull you into rest. Hades waits, but not for you, not yet. He only waits as the world turns, and he always will. They say she was born not in the ordinary way, but from a headache, a rather severe one. Zeus, as the story goes, had swallowed her mother, Metis, the goddess of wisdom, because it had been foretold that she would bear a child mightier than he. Problem solved, he thought. But divine digestion is rarely the end of a tale in Greek myth. One day, Zeus began to suffer an unbearable pain in his skull. Gods gathered. Suggestions were made. Eventually Hephaestus, ever practical, struck Zeus's head with an axe. Out sprang Athena, fully grown and fully armed, a spear in one hand and a shield in the other, shouting a battle cry that echoed across Olympus. A dramatic entrance, even by divine standards. Athena, goddess of wisdom, war strategy, crafts and reason, arrived not as a child but as an idea made flesh. Poised, calm, and already thinking 3 moves ahead. She wore a helm, bore the aegis of Zeus, and from her first breath demanded the respect of gods and mortals alike. Her presence on Olympus was distinct. Unlike many of her peers, Athena was not known for tempestuous love affairs or dramatic feuds over vanity, though she wasn't entirely above such things. She was measured, exacting, and rather fond of logic. In a realm of passion and power, she was principle personified. That said, she was not cold. She simply saw the long game. Cities and civilizations adored her. Most famously, of course, Athens itself took her name. The contest between Athena and Poseidon for the patronage of the city is one of these tales that reveals as much about Greek values as it does about the gods themselves. Poseidon, being who he was, offered a gift of grandeur. He struck the earth and produced a saltwater spring, or in some versions a warhorse. Either way impressive, but not terribly useful to the residents of a rocky inland city. Athena, ever pragmatic, planted the olive tree. Shade, food, oil, and wood, all from one gift. The Athenians chose her, and frankly, who wouldn't? From then on, Athena became more than a goddess to them. She was the guardian of their identity, their sense of civic pride, their pursuit of reason, art, and just war. Her temple, the Parthenon, still crowns the Acropolis today, its columns watching the Aegean like sentinels of marble. It remains not just a relic of ancient architecture, but a testament to her enduring spirit. Athena's approach to war was nothing like Ares' bloodlust. She preferred tactics, planning, the application of intelligence to conflict. She represented the mind in battle, not the frenzy. She advised heroes rather than charging in herself. Odysseus, in particular, earned her favour. His cunning, his guile, his talent for words over weapons, all were qualities she prized. She guided him home through storm and strife, always the voice of reason whispering beneath the chaos. But wisdom is not always gentle. Athena could be uncompromising, and when insulted her wrath was cold and enduring. Take the tale of Arachne, a mortal weaver whose skill was so great she dared claim superiority to the goddess herself. Athena, not known for indulging arrogance, challenged her to a contest. Arachne's tapestry was flawless, even daring to depict the gods in their less flattering moments. Athena, though impressed, tore it to shreds. She struck Arachne down, but, in a rare moment of mercy or poetic judgment, transformed her into the first spider, to weave forever. This balance of pride and precision defined Athena. She upheld honour, but never shied from asserting her place. She did not scream. She did not scheme. She simply stood her ground, and others yielded. She was also a patroness of crafts and invention. Pottery, weaving, architecture, all fell under her guidance. She inspired not just warriors, but artisans, philosophers, and lawmakers. Her symbol, the owl, denoted clear-sightedness, and was stamped on the coins of Athens. Wherever thoughtful hands shaped the world, Athena was there. Artists spoke her name before chiselling marble. Statesmen offered silent prayers before debating law. Curiously, she remained a virgin goddess, not in prudishness, but in independence. She did not marry. She did not pursue or yield to pursuit. Her loyalty lay with principle, not passion. This lent her a certain clarity, a steadiness untouched by the usual romantic entanglements that entangled her peers. She stood alone, and from deep solitude came strength. Even her friends knew to tread carefully. When Tiresias, the blind prophet, accidentally witnessed her bathing, Athena struck him blind. But in fairness, she also gave him the gift of prophecy to balance the scales. Firm but fair. That was her way. In art, Athena is almost always armed, but never aggressive. Her shield often bore the head of Medusa, a grim gift from Perseus after his fateful quest. According to some tales, she aided him by guiding his hand, lending him tools, whispering courage. But her choice to place Medusa's face on her shield, that was something more. A warning, perhaps, or a reminder that wisdom does not flinch from horror. It absorbs it, reflects it, uses it. Athena had no shortage of temples across the Greek world. In addition to the Parthenon, sanctuaries in places like Delphi and Sparta honoured her many aspects: warrior, lawgiver, protector. Festivals such as the Panathenea celebrated her birth and her role in civic life, combining athletic contests, sacrifices, and parades of woven robes made in her honour. In one such rite, young women would carry offerings in silence, their steps measured, their robes flowing like water under olive trees. Her epithets tell the story of her scope: Athena Parthenos, the maiden; Athena Polias, of the city; Athena Promachos, she who fights in front; Athena Ergane, the industrious; Athena Nike, bearer of victory. She was many things, but never distant. Even in myth, she is the goddess most likely to walk beside mortals, to speak plainly, to guide without condescension. She saw potential where others saw fault. She offered guidance, not flattery; expectation, not indulgence. There were contradictions, of course. She upheld justice, but stood silent when her fellow gods acted with less than noble intent. She punished women who crossed lines, yet empowered heroes to defy the odds. But perhaps that was her wisdom, knowing when to act and when to wait. Not every wrong needed to be shouted down. Some could be corrected with time, with silence, with the long view. Athena always had the long view. She rarely raised her voice, but when she did, it was the sound of clear judgment, like bronze striking bronze in the still air before battle. A single note, impossible to ignore. Her advice was often laced with calm warnings, softly spoken truths. In council, the gods might argue for hours, but when Athena spoke, the room fell still. Her logic was not easily refuted. Her presence was not easily dismissed. Imagine her now, seated on her marble throne, high in the halls of Olympus. Her eyes are cool and calm, scanning scrolls of mortal deeds. She does not smile often, but when she does, it is the smile of one who sees potential, not perfection. Her owl perches silently nearby, and outside, the stars wheel in precise procession. Every movement above reflects her mind below. Quiet, deliberate, constant. Somewhere below, a child learns to write. A potter turns a wheel. A general marks a map. A philosopher pauses mid-thought, wondering from where the insight came. And in all these things, Athena stirs. She is not the flashiest of gods, not the loudest, but she is the one whose name is whispered in libraries and courtrooms, in war rooms and workshops. She is wisdom in bronze, and tonight, as you close your eyes and drift toward dreams, know that she keeps watch, not in thunder or fire, but in thought, in structure, in the still strength of what is rightly built. Sleep now, and if you dream, let it be of olive groves and marble halls, of clear skies and steady hands. Athena is near, and she is thinking. In the soft glow before dawn, when the world holds its breath and the sky hesitates between silver and gold, two figures move through myth, twins, born of the same mother, destined to walk very different paths beneath the same ancient heavens. Apollo and Artemis, sunlight and moonlight, brother and sister, opposites and echoes. They were born on the island of Delos, a place said to have once drifted free in the sea until it anchored itself just in time to shelter their mother, Leto. Hera, ever so fond of revenge, and not at all fond of Zeus's many liaisons, had forbidden any land to receive Leto while she was pregnant. Delos, unrooted and wild, was not bound by such rules. And so, on that shifting soil beneath a curious sky, Leto gave birth to Artemis first, and then Apollo. From the beginning, they were not ordinary children. Artemis, it is said, helped deliver her brother, and thus became the goddess of childbirth and protector of the young. Apollo, radiant and golden, emerged second, but would come to embody light, music, poetry, prophecy, and healing. A resume so robust it might make even Hermes blink. The two were close, but distinct. Artemis claimed the wild, forests, mountains, creatures of the night. She roamed with her bow and hounds, untouched by civilization, untouched by men. A virgin goddess, her strength lay in independence, her power in her distance. She guarded the liminal spaces, dusk, wilderness, the edge of becoming. Apollo, by contrast, loved the centre, the sunlight, the lyre, the temple steps warm with afternoon heat. He ruled order and clarity, truth spoken through the lips of oracles, the measured beat of poetry, the clean line of sculpture. Where Artemis prowled under trees, Apollo strode into plazas, head lifted, every step in rhythm. And yet they remained mirrors of each other. Where he brought the day, she drew the night. Where he offered reason, she guarded mystery. They did not oppose one another, but completed a circle. Apollo's most famous shrine was at Delphi, where the oracle of the Pythia would sit upon a tripod and speak his prophecies, often in riddles that twisted fate and free will into a single thread. Pilgrims came from across the Greek world to ask their questions and receive their cryptic answers. And though the responses were maddeningly vague at times, Apollo's gift was not in simplicity, it was in insight. He was also a musician beyond compare. His lyre, given to him by Hermes in apology for a rather cheeky cattle theft, became a symbol of celestial harmony. With it, he could soothe storms, calm minds, and sway hearts. His songs were not merely entertainment, they were structure, soul, cosmos turned into melody. But Apollo was not all light. His stories, like those of all the Olympians, carry shadows. He loved often and disastrously. Daphne, a nymph who fled him, was turned into a laurel tree to escape his pursuit. Coronis, whom he loved, betrayed him, and he struck her down, only to save their unborn child, Asclepius, god of medicine. His wrath was precise, his grief enduring. Artemis too had her shadows. She punished those who saw her without consent. Actaeon, a hunter, stumbled upon her bathing and was transformed into a stag, torn apart by his own hounds. She was protective to the point of fury, unyielding in her expectations. But she was also kind to those who honoured her solitude. She guarded the vulnerable, walked beside maidens, lent her strength to women in labour, and was invoked in the hush of moonlit prayers. Unlike her brother, Artemis built no cities. Her temples were often deep in forests or perched on cliffside paths. She preferred the company of nymphs, wild animals and stars, and yet her worship was widespread. From Ephesus to Broron, from Arcadia to Sicily, girls danced in her honour, shedding their childhood names in rites of passage that whispered of transformation. Together, Apollo and Artemis represented more than light and dark. They were a pair of divine principles: reason and intuition, civilization and wilderness, speech and silence, the bow that hunted and the lyre that healed, and always, always they remained siblings, never rivals, never strangers. One tale tells of the Gigantomachy, the battle between the gods and the giants. In it, Apollo and Artemis fought side by side. He struck with arrows of burning gold, she with arrows silver cold. Together they felled foes far larger than themselves, their aim unwavering, their cause righteous. The sun and moon fought as one. Another myth speaks of the death of Niobe's children. Niobe, a queen, mocked Leto for having only 2 offspring, while she herself had many. Enraged by the insult, Artemis and Apollo took up their bows. One by one, they struck down Niobe's children. He the sons, she the daughters. Only one child, in some versions, was spared. Niobe fled, weeping, and was turned to stone, a waterfall of endless mourning. The lesson, while grim, was clear. Do not mock the mother of light and shadow. And yet these myths were not simply warnings. They were mirrors held to the human heart, showing how passion, loyalty, and power play out in forms larger than life. Through these stories, the Greeks explored the very structure of feeling. Apollo and Artemis did not merely punish or protect. They expressed divine aspects of our own inner worlds. Apollo, the god of healing, was also the god of plague. A single note from his bow could bring sickness, another restoration. Artemis, goddess of the hunt, was both life-giver and death-dealer to animals. They held paradox in their palms, like a bowstring stretched between extremes. Historically, their worship shaped much of Greek religious life. At Delphi, Apollo's oracle defined political decisions, voyages, and even wars. The Delian League took its name from his birthplace. Athletes swore oaths in his name before the Pythian Games, held every 4 years in his honour. Artemis, meanwhile, was central to rites of maturity. At Broron, girls approaching womanhood took part in rituals where they dressed as bears, an echo of Artemis's role as guardian of transitions. Her sanctuary at Ephesus, with its massive temple and statues adorned with symbols of fertility and wildlife, was one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. The Romans, too, honoured them. Apollo remained Apollo, a rare instance of continuity. Artemis became Diana, and her image continued to stalk moonlit groves, untamed and untouched. In art, Apollo is shown as youthful, beardless, often holding his lyre or bow. His face is serene, his posture poised. He represents the ideal: balance, grace, harmony. Artemis, in contrast, is swift and sure. Her robes swirl as she moves, her gaze sharp as the silver tip of her arrow. She is both the stillness of the forest and the sudden snap of a branch. Imagine them now, side by side at the edge of the world. Apollo lifts the sun once more, the sky flushed with gold. Birds begin to stir, songs gently warming the air. Behind him, Artemis draws the moon down, folding it in shadow. The stars sigh, a deer steps softly through mist, and between them the world wakes. They do not speak, but they do not need to. They have walked this dance since time began. Apollo glances east, where day waits with open arms. Artemis turns west into the deep hush of the woods, and for a moment their paths cross. Light and dark, brother and sister. Sleep now. Let moonlight guide you toward dreams. Let the last golden chords of Apollo's lyre fade into stillness. The twins keep their watch, and the world for now is balanced. Settle in now. Let the sounds of battle fade, and the clang of hammers grow gentle. Tonight we visit two gods so different in nature they rarely share a page, yet here they are, side by side in our dreams. One is fury with a sword, the other fire with a purpose. Ares and Hephaestus, the god of war, and the god of the forge. Together they paint a curious picture of masculinity in ancient Greece. One all brawn and blood, the other limping but brilliant. And if the myths are to be believed, which at bedtime we rather hope they are, the Olympian family didn't quite know what to do with either of them. Ares, son of Zeus and Hera, was the personification of raw, untamed violence. Not the tactical war of generals, not the careful strategy of Athena. No, Ares was the thundering heart, the rising scream, the blind charge into chaos. The Greeks called him Ares, and while they respected what he represented, they didn't exactly invite him to dinner. Even Zeus, his own father, mind you, was famously unimpressed. In Homer's Iliad, Zeus calls Ares the most hateful of all the gods, and not in the sort of way that implies playful teasing over wine. Ares embodied the kind of war that scorched fields and toppled cities for no reason at all. He delighted in the clash of bronze on bronze, the whinny of panicked horses, the cries of dying men. His companions were equally charming: Phobos, fear; Deimos, terror; and Eris, strife. They followed him into battle like an entourage no mortal would dare invite to a feast. And yet, despite his ferocity, Ares wasn't particularly successful. He lost duels. He was once trapped in a jar for months by two mortal sons of Poseidon. Yes, a god of war, corked like pickled olives. It's enough to make one wonder if the Greeks were having a quiet laugh at his expense. But contrast Ares with how the Romans saw him. Mars, as they called him, was revered, honoured, worshipped with parades. While the Greeks regarded Ares with caution, the Romans embraced him as a symbol of disciplined might and empire. A curious shift, perhaps reflecting the values of a rising military power versus a culture that preferred wit, reason, and an afternoon of philosophy in the shade. Still, there's something almost endearing about Ares. He wears his passion plainly. He falls, and oh, how he falls, madly for Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty. And what a pair they made, she, radiant and sly. He, straightforward and smitten. Their affair, though secret, was not subtle. They were caught in the act by Hephaestus, her husband, who ensnared them in a net of his own making. Now, that brings us to our second god tonight, the quiet, smouldering power of the forge. Hephaestus, the divine blacksmith, son of Hera, and, depending on which version you prefer, perhaps without a father at all. Some say Hera bore him alone in revenge for Zeus birthing Athena from his head. That's Olympian parenting for you, equal parts miracle and pettiness. But Hephaestus was born lame, and in the glistening society of gods, where beauty and power were expected, he stood apart. Myths differ. In one, Hera throws him from Olympus in disgust. In another, it's Zeus who does so after a disagreement. Either way, the poor lad gets launched off a cloud and crashes into the sea, where kindly sea nymphs raise him. Now that would make for an awkward family reunion, wouldn't it? But Hephaestus doesn't brood forever. He learns, he builds. In time, he returns to Olympus, not with wrath, but with skill. And what skill it is. He creates thrones, automatons, palaces of bronze. He crafts Achilles' shield, so intricate that poets had to stop and describe it for hundreds of lines. He builds Pandora, the first woman, fashioned so finely she was irresistible. Hephaestus is quite simply the patron of invention. And not just of swords and armour, but of every tool, every spark of progress shaped by hand. Where Ares is destruction, Hephaestus is creation through flame. The hammer and anvil become his altar. The ancients recognized this. He had cults across Greece, especially in Athens and on Lemnos, the volcanic island that claimed to be his earthly home. There, fires were sacred, and every blacksmith was a kind of priest, echoing their divine patron in sweat and soot. In Athens, Hephaestus shared a temple with Athena, a pairing not romantic, but symbolic. She brought wisdom, he brought the means to build it. Craftsmanship and cleverness side by side. And yet, for all his brilliance, Hephaestus rarely wins in myth. His marriage to Aphrodite is unfaithful. His traps are ingenious, but they rarely solve his loneliness. He is powerful, but not worshipped for his appearance or charm. In this way, he is one of the more relatable gods, not draped in glory, but labouring in the shadows, forging the world while others fight over it. And maybe that's the secret. Because the Greeks, for all their love of myth, were practical. They built, they reasoned, they argued in the agora and laid stones in perfect lines. While Ares might shout and wave his sword, Hephaestus quietly forged the hinge it swung on. Still, they're both part of the same divine family, and one imagines the dinners on Olympus were, well, complicated. Imagine it. Ares boasting of a battlefield drenched in glory, while Hephaestus scowls over a scorch mark on his latest sculpture. Hera sighs, Apollo plucks a judgmental chord, Dionysus refills everyone's cup. Aphrodite checks her reflection in a polished shield, and somewhere in the back, Hermes snickers. But beneath the myth, there's something ancient and telling here. These two gods represent a duality that every civilization wrestles with: force and function, chaos and craft, fire that burns and fire that builds. We must remember that war, though often glorified in poetry, was a terrifying reality. The Greeks were no strangers to conflict. Hoplite battles, city-state skirmishes, Persian invasions. They had seen what war could do. And perhaps that's why Ares was kept at arm's length. A necessary force, but not an honoured guest. In contrast, the tools of Hephaestus were present in every life. The plough, the spear, the loom's axle, the temple's columns, all bore the echo of his forge. To praise him was to praise civilization itself. In vase paintings and statuary, Hephaestus is often depicted with muscular arms, soot-blackened face, and a short workman's tunic. He doesn't glow with ethereal light. He sweats, he bends metal, he limps with purpose. Ares, on the other hand, is all sharp lines and bronze gleam, plumed helmet, shield at the ready, chin held just so. His beauty is as carefully wrought as his sword, but somehow always less trustworthy. And so the Greeks taught their children, strength alone is not enough. Building create, work with your hands, let the fire warm, not consume. Still, perhaps Ares needed to exist, if only to remind us how precious peace is. And Hephaestus, for all his trials, remained indispensable. Even the gods needed a smith. As we drift further into stillness, think of the forge, glowing softly in the night, surrounded by tools, half-finished wonders, and the scent of warm metal. No shouting, no clashing spears, only quiet firelight and the slow rhythm of the hammer. Perhaps the heart of Olympus wasn't in the throne room, but in the forge below. And somewhere, deep in the mountain halls, a god with a limp and a mind of steel continues to shape the world, while far above, a war god sharpens his blade, just in case. Let the sparks fade now. One by one, the fire dims. The clang of iron grows faint, and the gods ever flawed fall silent as sleep draws near. Close your eyes and let the rules of the waking world loosen their grip. Tonight we drift with the tricksters, the ones who cross boundaries, blur identities, and chuckle when the map doesn't match the terrain. We're stepping off the polished marble steps of Olympus and wandering instead down a vine-choked path that smells faintly of wine, wildflowers, and something just a little forbidden. These are the gods of transition, of thresholds, of masks, mischief, and mystery. Dionysus and Hermes. One pours the wine, the other steals your sandals. And together, they lead us to the edges of what it means to be human. Let's begin with Dionysus. You may think of him as the god of wine, which he is, but he is so much more than that. He's the god of release, of madness and ecstasy, of letting go of the self. A paradox in Ivy, both comforting and terrifying. His origin story is tangled as it should be. Some say he was born of Semele, a mortal princess, and Zeus, who, in classic Zeus fashion, visited her in secret. But Semele, tricked by a jealous Hera, asked to see Zeus in his full divine form. And mortals, it seems, are not built for thunder. She perished in flame, and Zeus, in a rather creative act of divine obstetrics, rescued the unborn Dionysus and sewed him into his own thigh. Yes, you heard that right. Dionysus was born again from Zeus's leg. It's not elegant, but it's memorable. From the moment of his birth, Dionysus lived between worlds, mortal and divine, Greek and foreign, male and feminine, sane and not so sane. He wandered, he grew, and wherever he went, vines burst through the earth. Panthers followed him. Women, called maenads, danced barefoot in the woods, possessed by his presence. And behind the joy, there was always a shadow of danger. Because Dionysus is not just the god of wine, he is the god of what wine does. He is the one who shows you who you really are, or who you're trying very hard not to be. To the Greeks, Dionysus embodied the part of life that broke through structure. He was worshipped in ecstatic rites, sometimes at night, sometimes deep in the woods. The Orphic mysteries and Bacchic festivals allowed initiates to slip free from identity, gender, class, duty, and taste, for a moment, the freedom of dissolution. It wasn't always peaceful. Pentheus, a proud Theban king, tried to suppress the cult of Dionysus. The god, disguised as a gentle priest, lured him into observing the women's rites. But Pentheus was torn apart, quite literally, by his own mother, driven mad by the god's power. And yet Dionysus wasn't a villain. He was balance. He came at the end of winter. He came after loss. He was the return of vitality, the wild joy that reminds us we're alive. And for all his chaos, he was beloved. Temples rose in his name. Theatres were built in his honour. The City Dionysia festival in Athens became the birthplace of tragedy and comedy alike. A sacred celebration of storytelling, masks, and human emotion. Because theatre, like Dionysus himself, walks the line between illusion and truth. Now turn from the forest and follow the flutter of wings. Or is it just a whisper of sandals on marble? Hermes is here. If Dionysus teaches us how to lose control, Hermes shows us how to navigate it. The messenger god, the guide of souls, the trickster with a grin that suggests he's already stolen whatever it is you're looking for. Hermes is the god of transitions, of travel, commerce, invention, and thievery. He is the protector of boundaries, and the one who slips right through them. Born in a cave, he was walking and stealing before the end of his first day. One of his first acts? Stealing Apollo's cattle, and not only stealing them, disguising his footprints by walking backward and crafting sandals out of bark. By sunset, he'd invented the lyre, made from a tortoise shell and gut strings, and charmed his way out of punishment by offering it as a gift to Apollo. That's Hermes, fast, clever, and just disarming enough to get away with it. But he's not just a jokester. Hermes had a vital role in Greek religion. He was Psychopompos, the soul guide, the one who led the dead to the underworld. Not judging, not punishing, simply escorting. A quiet presence at the moment of death, neither feared nor worshipped too loudly, but always needed. To the ancients, he was in the crossroads, the boundaries between fields, the liminal places where magic happens. Travellers left offerings to him in the form of herms, stone pillars topped with his head, often with an anatomically conspicuous addition carved just below. These stood as guardians of movement, fertility, and cheeky reminders of divine presence in the everyday. Hermes was also the god of merchants, of trade, negotiation, and yes, the occasional scam. But in the ancient world, that was part of the game. Commerce was sacred, and Hermes, ever adaptable, was both its protector and its jester. He appears everywhere, on coins, in plays, in dreams, a flicker of winged sandals across the sky. And here's where things get interesting. Because while Dionysus and Hermes are not often paired directly in myth, they are spiritual cousins. They are both liminal. They both connect opposites. Life and death, mortal and divine, order and chaos. They are gods of change. And in the ancient world, change was something to be respected, even feared, because it reminded people that the line between the civilized and the wild was thinner than we like to admit. In some Orphic traditions, Dionysus is linked with the soul's rebirth, torn apart by titans, reborn in fire. Hermes, meanwhile, appears in esoteric texts as a keeper of hidden knowledge, later merging with Egyptian Thoth to become Hermes Trismegistus, father of alchemy and the mystical arts. Between them, these two gods whisper a strange truth, that transformation is divine, that the in-between is sacred. The Greeks understood this. Their myths weren't meant to be consistent. They were meant to reflect life, messy, contradictory, and beautifully uncertain. And so, when a festival was held for Dionysus, with its masks and madness, it wasn't just about wine. It was about freedom, about feeling, for one night, that the world could bend, and maybe, just maybe, you could let go. And when a traveller stepped onto a road, uncertain of where it led, a prayer to Hermes wasn't just about reaching a destination. It was about protection in the unknown. A little luck, a little cleverness, a little mischief, just enough to make the journey interesting. In art, they appear in vivid contrast. Dionysus is crowned with ivy, robes slipping from his shoulders, holding a wine cup or a thyrsus, a staff wrapped in vines and crowned with a pine cone. His gaze is distant, ecstatic, as if he's watching something only the initiated can see. Hermes is lean, athletic, winged. On his hat, on his sandals, sometimes even on his ankles. He holds a caduceus, the staff with two serpents twined, which began as a symbol of negotiation, and later, quite curiously, ended up as a symbol for modern medicine. Together they tell us that not all gods are warriors or rulers. Some are wanderers. Some dance in the dark. Some laugh at locked doors and step through them anyway. And that, for the Greeks, was a comfort. That even in uncertainty, even in death or madness or stolen cattle, there were gods who understood. Gods who would walk with you, laugh with you, guide you. So now as you breathe more slowly, and your thoughts soften like dusk on the Aegean, imagine them. Dionysus in a clearing, music playing softly, surrounded by flickering torches and dancers, who have no need for names. Hermes on the road just ahead, a knowing look on his face, a coin in his pocket, ready to walk with you to the next chapter, wherever that may be. The vines settle, the wind quiets, the road becomes still, and two divine mischief makers quietly fade into dreams. The hearth, the grave, and the quiet gods at the centre of the world. Take a deep breath and let it out slowly. We've wandered with warriors, dined with tricksters, stood beneath thunderclouds, and danced through vineyards. But now, in this final chapter, we come to a still place, a place of rest and of presence. Not absence, but the kind of quiet you find when you've arrived home and closed the door behind you. Tonight, we visit the two most overlooked gods in the Olympian family, Hestia and Hades. They don't seek the spotlight. They don't meddle, chase mortals, or fling weapons across the sky. In fact, they rarely leave their posts at all. One keeps the fire burning in every home. The other keeps watch over every soul. They are constancy and return, beginning and end. And despite the myth's focus on louder, flashier figures, without them, the whole divine order would simply fall apart. Let's begin with Hestia. She is the eldest of the Olympians, the firstborn child of the Titans Cronus and Rhea, and the first to be swallowed whole by her father. Charming family, the Titans. You may remember, Cronus, paranoid about being overthrown, decided the best course of action was to eat his children. Hestia, being the eldest, went in first. When Zeus eventually forced Cronus to regurgitate his siblings with the help of a rather aggressive herbal tonic, Hestia was the last to emerge, and so she was both the firstborn and the last released, making her, quite poetically, the Alpha and the Omega of the Olympian order. Yet for all that drama, Hestia is perhaps the least dramatic deity of them all. She doesn't rage, she doesn't seduce or scheme, she doesn't even go on adventures. Instead, she simply remains. Hestia is the goddess of the hearth, the sacred fire at the centre of every Greek home, temple, and city. The hearth wasn't just a place to warm your hands or boil lentils, it was the spiritual anchor of life. Families gathered around it. Offerings were made at it. Prayers began and ended in its flickering glow. In every Greek household, Hestia's flame was a quiet promise that no matter how turbulent the world outside became, there was a place, even a small one, of warmth, safety, and belonging. She never married. She was courted, yes. Both Poseidon and Apollo tried their luck, but she politely declined, took a vow of eternal virginity, and went on quietly tending the fire. When the 12 thrones of Olympus were distributed, she stepped aside to let Dionysus, the youngest, have a place. She didn't make a fuss, she didn't sulk. She simply chose the centre over the summit. And in that centre, she became the most constant presence in all Greek life. In cities like Athens, a sacred flame to Hestia burned in the Prytaneum. The public hearth kept ever alight. When a colony was founded, fire was taken from that hearth and carried across the sea so that the new settlement could begin with Hestia's blessing. In this way, she linked the old world and the new, one glowing ember at a time. She had no grand temples, because every home was her temple. She had no epic poetry, because her story was not one of conquest or calamity. She simply was. She made every rite, every offering, and every home possible. Even at the start of any public or private sacrifice, the Greeks invoked Hestia first. Before the meat hit the altar, before the libation was poured, there was Hestia. At the end, as the last drop of wine spilled and the smoke rose skyward, there she was again. To us that might seem modest, but to the Greeks it was reverence of the highest sort. If Athena was the mind of the city and Artemis its wild edge, Hestia was its heart, quietly beating, never drawing attention, but always there. Now shift with me from the hearth to the depths of the earth, to another god who rarely spoke, but who ruled over far more than most realized. Hades, lord of the underworld. He, too, was a child of Cronus and Rhea, and he too was swallowed and later rescued by Zeus. When the war against the Titans was won, the 3 brothers, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, cast lots to divide the cosmos. Zeus drew the sky, Poseidon the sea, and Hades drew the lot of the underworld. Now let's be clear, he wasn't cast down. He didn't lose. He simply got the job no one else wanted, quietly, responsibly, and without complaint. And for that reason, he was misunderstood. In later ages, especially in Roman and Christian-influenced retellings, Hades was twisted into a demonic figure. But to the Greeks, he wasn't evil. He was inevitable. His realm wasn't hell. It was simply after, the natural destination of every mortal life. To them, Hades was a somber, dignified ruler. Strict, yes, but not cruel. In fact, he's one of the few gods who has never shown cheating on his wife or interfering in mortal affairs just for fun. His name means the unseen one, and his helmet, the famous helm of darkness, allowed him to move invisibly, even among gods. A fitting symbol for a god whose work was constant but invisible. He ruled with fairness and order. He kept the shades of the dead from wandering, and ensured that each soul received its due, whether in the sunless meadows of Asphodel, the blissful fields of Elysium, or the shadowy depths of Tartarus for the truly wicked. He was feared, yes, but fear can be respectful. In fact, people avoided speaking his name altogether. Euphemisms like Pluton, meaning wealth giver, became common. After all treasures of the earth came from below: gold, silver, crops, stability. Hades, in this guise, wasn't the god of doom, but of hidden riches. And then there's Persephone, the queen of the underworld, his equal in title and power. The myth is well known. Hades falls for Persephone and carries her off to his realm. Her mother, Demeter, goddess of the harvest, grieves, and the earth withers. Eventually, a deal is struck. Persephone will spend part of the year with Hades and part with her mother. Thus came the seasons. Spring when she returns, winter when she departs. It's easy to cast Persephone as a victim. But in the older mystery cult versions of the tale, she is powerful, chosen, even willing. Queen not just in name but in role, a guide to the dead, and a bridge between life and the afterlife. And Hades, he remains faithful. Unlike Zeus and Poseidon, he has no wandering eye, no scandal. His love, while strange in form, is singular. This subtle stability was recognized in cult practice. At Eleusis, the initiates of the mysteries learned sacred secrets of death, of return, of rebirth. And central to it all was Hades, not a tormentor, but a keeper, a god who made sure nothing was lost forever, only transformed. So here, in this final chapter, we find something curious. The Olympian family is filled with movement, war, lust, laughter, rage. But at either end, bookending the myths like candles on a shrine, are two figures who do not chase, who do not flee, who simply hold. Hestia at the centre of the home, Hades at the centre of the earth. One keeps the fire burning, the other welcomes the flame when it fades, and neither boasts, though they touch every moment of life. From the first breath by the cradle to the last sigh at the tombstone, Hestia and Hades are there. In art, they are quiet. Hestia appears veiled, seated, serene, a modest woman holding a flame. Hades, often bearded and reserved, sits beside Persephone, sometimes with a cornucopia, a reminder that what lies beneath nourishes what grows above. And perhaps that's the lesson the Greeks left us. That glory isn't always loud, that power doesn't always parade, that the greatest forces in life are those that simply endure. So now, let the fire burn low, let the earth cradle your thoughts. In one corner of the hearth, a flame flickers, constant, unbothered by wind or time. Far below, in quiet halls of stone, a king walks the corridors of memory, steady and patient. And in between, everything we are. Let Hestia hold your dreams. Let Hades guard your rest. And let sleep take you gently, where the gods who stayed home still keep their watch. You've tucked yourself in. The room is quiet. The world for a little while is no longer demanding your attention. Now, let's drift back, not just in time, but beyond time, into the world of Greek mythology. A place where gods argued like relatives at a wedding, mortals made poor choices with remarkable consistency, and punishment was rarely proportionate, or merciful, or sensible if we're being honest. Tonight's journey begins not with the punishment itself, but with the divine mind behind it. Because to understand why the gods punished, we must first understand who they were, and what on earth made them so terribly moody. the Greek gods were a spectacular blend of brilliance and pettiness. Unlike the all-knowing, all-loving deities of later religions, the Olympians were, well, very human. They argued, they cheated, they got jealous, threw tantrums, and played favourites. They could bless you with beauty one day and turn you into a lizard the next. Their sense of justice had less to do with morality and more to do with mood. Zeus, for instance, the king of the gods, was known for his thunderbolts and, shall we say, a rather vigorous romantic life. He ruled Olympus with a heavy hand and an even heavier ego. Woe betide any mortal or titan who dared outshine him, disobey him, or most dangerous of all, make him look silly. Then there's Hera, his long-suffering queen. A goddess of marriage who spent most of her time dealing with her husband's affairs by punishing his mistresses and illegitimate children. Not exactly a modern approach to therapy, but it was consistent. Athena, goddess of wisdom, could be brilliant and composed one moment, and the next she'd turn a talented weaver into a spider for daring to challenge her craft. The gods did not punish out of fairness, they punished out of offence. And the mortal sin wasn't always murder or treason. It was hubris, the act of stepping out of one's place, trying to be too clever, too proud, too equal to the gods. That, in Greek thinking, was the ultimate misstep. Not evil, but arrogance. And the consequences? Eternal. The word hubris doesn't translate neatly into modern English, but think of it as arrogance with a dash of impiety and a dollop of poor judgment. In Greek tragedy, hubris is what gets heroes killed. Not evil, but the failure to know their limits. Try to fly too high, like Icarus? You'll fall. Think you're smarter than Zeus? You'll get chained to a mountain and have your liver pecked out daily. Boast that your children are more beautiful than the gods. You might watch them all perish and be turned to stone from grief. There's no gentle slap on the wrist in myth. There is only spectacle. This reflects how the ancient Greeks saw the world. Mortals were not meant to rival gods. Life was a delicate balance of knowing one's place, honouring the divine, and surviving long enough to die respectably. The punishments in myth weren't just stories. They were cautionary tales, social instruction, and, if we're being slightly cynical, entertainment. After all, these myths weren't tucked away in books. They were sung at festivals, painted on pottery, and performed in vast open-air theatres. The Greeks didn't just fear divine punishment. They admired it, the drama of it, the poetry. And sometimes, just sometimes, they suspected the gods enjoyed it too. Consider the logistics. If you were a god and truly wanted to make a point, what would you do? Whisper sternly in someone's ear? Leave a strongly worded letter? Not likely. You'd probably opt for something more theatrical. Turn a man into a stag and let his own dogs tear him apart. Curse a family line for generations. Invent a snake-haired monster whose gaze turns people to stone. Classic divine overreaction. In this way, punishment became a kind of performance art, a spectacle of excess. Not just pain, but irony. The punishment always fit the crime, but in the most dramatic, often eternal way imaginable. A man cheats death? Let him push a rock uphill forever? A woman boasts of her weaving? Let her weave webs forevermore as a spider. A king refuses to worship Dionysus? Let him be torn to shreds by his own mother in a trance. In myth, punishment is not corrective. It doesn't teach the character anything, because the character rarely gets to speak again, but it does teach the audience. It's a sort of divine billboard. Don't do this. And by this, they usually meant, don't anger the gods, don't step out of line, and, perhaps most of all, don't become interesting enough to notice. Now, you may be wondering, where is justice in all this? That's a fair question. The ancient Greeks didn't have a linear idea of good and evil, at least not in the modern sense. They had fate, Moira, and fate didn't care about fairness. A person might be doomed from birth, like Oedipus, destined to kill his father and marry his mother, despite his best efforts to avoid it, or like the House of Atreus, where everyone seemed cursed simply for being related to a man who once served his son at a dinner party. Long story. We'll get to it. The gods weren't always the source of these punishments. Sometimes fate moved even above them. Even Zeus, mighty and bearded, was occasionally at the mercy of fate's slow and dreadful wheel. But when the gods did punish, they often did it not because they had to, but because they could. And so, a certain quiet truth emerges from these stories. In Greek myth, punishment is rarely about moral balance. It's about narrative weight, about reminding us how small we are, and how easy it is to become a cautionary tale. Lest you think this is all just bedtime nonsense, let's gently step into the real world for a moment. The ancient Greeks built temples, dedicated hymns, and poured libations to keep the gods appeased. Not because they loved them, necessarily, but because they feared them. The gods were temperamental landlords in the skies, and you did not want to be the tenant who made too much noise. And yet, these same Greeks were philosophers, poets, and playwrights. They questioned the gods. They mocked them gently through satire and tragedy. They used myth as both reverence and rebellion. Euripides, for instance, filled his plays with divine cruelty, not to worship it, but to highlight its absurdity. Punishment, then, wasn't just a divine decree. It became a conversation about power, about pride, about the fragile line between order and chaos. And as we drift through these myths together, Prometheus and Sisyphus, Niobe and Arachne, we begin to see how the Greeks used their stories not to lull themselves with happy endings, but to stare into the truth of being mortal. That truth being, we are small, we are temporary, and we must tread lightly, especially if there's a goddess nearby with a grudge. Oddly enough, all this talk of divine torment can feel rather comforting. Why? Because in Greek myth, every misstep has meaning. Every error is noticed. Every slight, real or imagined, is answered. In a chaotic world, there is something soothing in the idea that the universe cares enough to punish. That even if you're punished unfairly, it's still part of the story. A story bigger than you. A story the gods are watching. Of course, whether that punishment is eternal torment or an awkward transformation into a bush, well, that's up to the gods. And they do have a flair for the dramatic. And so, dear listener, we prepare to descend into the quieter shadows of myth. Over the next few chapters, we'll wander gently through the underworlds of punishment, some brutal, some ironic, some unexpectedly beautiful. We'll meet a titan who gave us fire and lost his freedom, a clever king cursed with futility, a mother whose pride became her statue, and a hunter whose last mistake was glancing the wrong direction at the wrong goddess. All of them, in their own way, punished not for wickedness, but for being a little too bold. So, take a breath, let the world fall away, and remember, In Greek mythology, justice doesn't come softly, but sleep does. And that, at least, the gods can't take away from you. Prometheus had a gift for seeing what others could not. A Titan by birth, but far from brutish or monstrous. He was clever, thoughtful, dangerous in the way that wisdom often is, and, as it turned out, just irritating enough to provoke the king of the gods. Now, the thing about Titans is, they didn't have a great track record. Most were overthrown during the Titanomachy, the great war between the old gods and the new Olympians. Many were locked away in Tartarus, deep in the bowels of the earth, where the light of the sun was only a rumour. But Prometheus? He made a different choice. He sided with Zeus. A bold move. Perhaps a shrewd one. Or maybe he just saw that change was coming, and decided it was better to work with the future than against it. For a time, this alliance served him well. The Olympians defeated the Titans, claimed the heavens, and began to shape the world in their image. But once victory was won, Prometheus found himself with little to do. He was clever after all, far too clever to sit quietly on a cloud. So he turned his attention to a peculiar species that had recently begun wandering the earth. Mortals, upright, soft-skinned, endlessly curious. Compared to gods, they were nothing, barely more than animals with slightly improved posture. But Prometheus saw something in them. A flicker. Not of fire, not yet, but of potential. The gods weren't interested in these mortals. Zeus in particular seemed to regard them as a passing fancy, a failed project. He wanted them ignorant, dependent, obedient, which is to say boring. He even forbade them from having fire, the divine spark of knowledge, of invention, of independence. Prometheus naturally ignored him. There are many versions of how the theft happened. Some say Prometheus scaled Olympus itself, hid a flame inside a hollow fennel stalk, and slipped away unseen. Others say he lit his torch from the fiery wheel of Helios's sun chariot as it rolled across the sky. However it happened, the result was the same. Fire came to man. It's easy to forget, in our world of electric stoves and glowing screens, just what a revolution this was. Fire meant warmth. It meant cooking, forging, protection. It meant light after sunset, and the first real shift in humanity's position in the natural order. Before fire, we were prey. With fire we could shape the world. Prometheus gave us that, and for that he would pay. Zeus was many things. Powerful, regal, occasionally charming, but he was not especially forgiving. To him, this was not merely theft. It was defiance. And it made him look weak, which in the celestial pecking order is an unpardonable sin. But Zeus did not rush into punishment. No, he took his time, plotted, designed something that would sting more than mere death. First, he decided to strike humanity itself. After all, if Prometheus loved mortals so much, what better way to hurt him than to curse his precious creatures? He summoned Hephaestus, the divine blacksmith, and instructed him to fashion a woman, Pandora, beautiful, charming, and dangerously curious. The gods gifted her with all manner of traits: grace, elegance, musical voice, delicate hands, and the curiosity of 1,000 cats. And they gave her a box, or more accurately, a jar, filled with every sorrow and misery imaginable. She opened it, of course, that was her nature, and from that vessel spilled disease, famine, despair, jealousy, aging, betrayal, every misfortune we now know. By the time she managed to slam the lid shut, only one thing remained inside: hope. Some say that was a kindness. Others think it a cruel joke. The gods, after all, had a flair for poetic ambiguity. With humanity now suitably cursed, Zeus turned to Prometheus. He had the Titan seized by force, chained to the bleak, craggy cliffs of the Caucasus Mountains, a landscape chosen not only for its remoteness, but for its utter indifference. Cold wind, endless rock, no shelter, no witness. Prometheus was shackled with divine chains, unbreakable and biting cold. And then, each day, an eagle descended, Zeus's own sacred bird, and tore into the Titan's side to feast upon his liver. Not once, not symbolically, but again and again and again, every single day. At night, the liver regenerated. By dawn, the eagle returned. This was the punishment. Not death, but permanence. Not pain alone, but the knowledge that it would never end. In ancient Greek thought, the liver was more than just an organ. It was believed to be the seat of human emotion, the wellspring of vitality. To have it devoured daily was not just physical torment, but emotional obliteration. A kind of living unmaking, happening in cycles as regular as the sun. And why the eagle? Well, the symbolism writes itself. The king of the sky, Zeus's emblem, feeding on the rebellious Titan. Every feather a reminder that you do not challenge the divine order without consequence. But here's the thing. Prometheus never recanted. He never begged. He never apologized. He endured. In some versions, he even taunts the eagle, perhaps to pass the time, perhaps to remind himself that even in agony, he could still think, still reason, still outwit. He became not just a victim, but a symbol of resistance, of sacrifice, of the cost of giving others the tools to rise. It's worth noting that this punishment, though epic in its cruelty, was not without historical parallels. The Greeks admired cleverness, but only within bounds. Tricksters were amusing, so long as they didn't threaten the god's authority. Prometheus crossed that line, and he suffered accordingly. Yet over time, the culture began to reframe his suffering, not as folly, but as noble rebellion. By the classical period, Prometheus was being reimagined in plays and poems. Aeschylus's Prometheus Bound portrayed him as a tragic hero, a lone voice of compassion standing against divine tyranny. Even in agony, he spoke of hope for the future. His words were defiant, not broken. Centuries later, this image only grew. The Romantics adored him. Mary Shelley famously subtitled Frankenstein as the modern Prometheus. Poets like Byron and Goethe saw in him the ideal rebel, intelligent, principled, and unyielding. In a world of kings and empires, Prometheus became an icon for the thinker, the artist, the scientist, anyone who dared to reach beyond what tradition allowed. But even myths must eventually move forward. And so we come to the end, or at least the interruption, of Prometheus's punishment. After many years, a new figure arrived on the scene, Heracles, mortal born, but mighty, son of Zeus, ironically enough. As part of his famous 12 labours, Heracles was passing through the region when he came upon the suffering Titan. He saw the eagle. He saw the chains. And he acted. With a single arrow, well aimed and probably quite satisfying, he struck the bird from the sky. The eagle plummeted. Prometheus, for the first time in ages, breathed without agony. Heracles then shattered the chains and freed the Titan. Now normally, this would provoke Zeus's fury, but not this time. Either he had grown bored of the whole affair, or he saw an opportunity to fold this act into Heracles' divine destiny. Some say Zeus had made peace with Prometheus. Others suspect he simply didn't want to reward disobedience by reacting too strongly. Kings have their pride after all. Regardless, Prometheus was free, but freedom came at a cost. In some versions, he had to wear a ring forged from his old chains, with a sliver of the mountain stone embedded in it. A symbolic reminder that even freedom has its scars. It was also a clever way for the Greeks to explain the origin of finger rings. Yes, even jewellery has its mythological backstory. And so, the Titan who gave us fire was at last released. But the story doesn't end there. Prometheus continued to appear in later myths, often as a prophet or wise advisor. He had glimpsed the future after all. He knew things even the gods didn't. He had warned Zeus once, long ago, about a child born to Thetis who would surpass his father in greatness. That warning had led Zeus to marry her off to a mortal, which eventually gave us Achilles. But that's another tale. What remains, through all the centuries, is the legacy. Prometheus is more than a character. He is an idea. The idea that knowledge matters, that sacrifice can be noble, that sometimes doing the right thing means suffering for it. And in the quiet hours of the night, when the world has gone still, there's a certain comfort in that. That one figure, bound, bleeding and burning with resolve, held fast in the name of compassion. That a spark, once given, can never be taken back. As you drift now, perhaps you imagine that spark, glowing gently, flickering not in firewood or torchlight, but in the minds of dreamers, carried from age to age, whispered in myth and story. The eagle is gone, the chains are broken, the mountain sleeps, and Prometheus, well, he's still thinking, let that be enough for tonight. Sisyphus was the sort of man who could talk his way out of anything, and that, in the end, was exactly the problem. He was not a hero in the classical sense. He wasn't blessed with divine strength or chosen by the gods for greatness. His name didn't inspire bards to reach for their lyres or for warriors to raise a toast. Sisyphus was, above all else, clever. And in ancient Greece, cleverness, too much of it, could be dangerous. He ruled the city of Corinth, or Ephyra, as it was called in those days. A prosperous port set between mountains and sea, the kind of place where trade flowed and tongues wagged. Under Sisyphus, it became wealthy, lively, and ever so slightly corrupt. He taxed the travellers, tricked his guests, and filled his treasury with coins wrung from diplomatic loopholes and creative accounting. He was, as you may imagine, not especially popular among the gods. Zeus, in particular, found him insufferable. There was the time Sisyphus revealed one of Zeus's rather scandalous affairs. Not out of moral outrage, mind you, but to curry favour with a river god. Another time, he invited travellers to his city with promises of hospitality, only to murder them and steal their belongings. It wasn't very sporting, but none of this was quite enough to earn eternal torment. Not yet. What sealed Sisyphus's fate was something far more ambitious. He tricked death. Now, death in Greek mythology isn't a grim reaper with a cloak and a scythe. He's Thanatos, silent, solemn, and rather businesslike. He arrives when it's your time, and he does his job with minimal fuss. But when Thanatos arrived to collect Sisyphus, he found a man ready for him. Sisyphus had prepared a set of chains. He welcomed death, offered him wine, engaged him in polite conversation, and then, when the moment was right, bound Thanatos in his own shackles. And so, for a time, no one could die. It was a small miracle at first. Soldiers survived their wounds. The sick began to recover. Sacrifices wouldn't die on altars. a rather awkward problem for priests. Even old age itself seemed to pause. But soon the miracle wore thin. Those who should have passed were left in pain. Battles turned into endless brawls. The earth groaned under the weight of the undying. People who longed for peace were denied it, and the gods were furious. Eventually, Ares, god of war, and very much inconvenienced by this pause in battlefield casualties, stormed into Corinth, tore open the dungeon, and freed Thanatos. Death resumed his duties. The balance of the world was restored, and Sisyphus? He was seized at last and carried down to the underworld. But if you think that was the end of it, well, you've not yet understood Sisyphus. Before he died, he gave his wife an unusual instruction. "When I'm gone," he said, "do not bury me, do not honour me, leave me unwashed, unrobed, and coinless." A curious request, one might think, but very intentional. You see, in Greek belief, the soul could not properly enter the underworld without the rites. The coin beneath the tongue was for Charon, the ferryman, who rowed the dead across the river Styx. Without it, a soul would be stranded at the river's edge, like a traveller at a locked gate. Sisyphus used this loophole to his advantage. When he arrived in the underworld, he protested. "My wife has dishonoured me," he cried. "She has refused my burial, denied me my rights. Let me return to the land of the living for just a few days to correct this offence. I promise to come back." Persephone, queen of the underworld, was moved. Or perhaps she was merely tired of the noise. She allowed him to return, and return he did. Not for a day, not for a week, but indefinitely. He resumed his rule, walked the streets, held court, laughed, drank, and smiled smugly at the skies. He had outwitted death twice, but of course the gods do not forget. Hermes, swift and sharp, was sent to retrieve him. No tricks this time, no excuses. Sisyphus was dragged down once more, this time for good. And then the sentence was passed. Now you might expect a thunderbolt, a lake of fire, perhaps a monstrous serpent. But no, the punishment was a stone, a simple boulder, massive, smooth, and impossibly heavy. Sisyphus was placed at the base of a great hill. He was to roll the boulder to the top, nothing more. No whips, no chains, just the stone and the slope. So he pushed, muscles straining, feet slipping. Hours passed, then days, then years. With each push, he drew closer to the peak. But every time, the boulder would slip from his grasp. Just before the summit, it would roll back down, thundering into the dust. And Sisyphus would begin again. There is no rest, no end, no applause, only effort, futility, repetition. This is what the gods devised for a man too clever to die. And it worked, beautifully. There's something devastating about a task with no meaning, no goal, no finish line. Other torments offer at least the possibility of resolution. This one does not. You may wonder, why such a punishment? Why not pain, or fire, or something loud and dramatic? Because the Greeks understood something quietly terrifying. The worst suffering is not violence, but meaninglessness. To struggle without purpose, to strive and never achieve. That is the real torment. And for a man like Sisyphus, who had always found a way out, there would be none this time. Yet, centuries later, something curious happened. In the 20th century, the French philosopher Albert Camus reimagined Sisyphus. In his essay The Myth of Sisyphus, Camus called him the absurd hero, a man who rebels not with weapons, but with persistence. He imagined Sisyphus at the moment the boulder rolled back, as he turned to descend the hill, not with despair, but with awareness. Camus argued that by knowing the futility and pushing anyway, Sisyphus became free. The struggle itself, Camus wrote, toward the heights is enough to fill a man's heart. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. It's a radical idea. That joy could exist within endless labour. That purpose could emerge from the choice to keep going. Perhaps Camus was right, or perhaps he was just being poetic. But it's comforting to think that even in myth, where punishment often defines a person, there is still room for dignity. Of course, the ancient Greeks likely didn't intend such optimism. To them, Sisyphus was a cautionary tale, a man whose pride defied divine law, who refused to accept his mortality, and who paid the price. But the beauty of myth is that it survives reinterpretation. It stretches, it adapts. And so Sisyphus rolls on, not just in Hades, but in art, in thought, and in quiet human struggles everywhere. We are, in small ways, all Sisyphus. We rise each day, we face our tasks, we carry our weights, we slip, fall, and start again. And in the gentle hours of the night, when the world fades to stillness, that eternal hill doesn't feel so far away. Imagine it now, the quiet crunch of gravel underfoot, the early light of dawn brushing the slope, the boulder waiting, not menacing, but familiar. Sisyphus wipes his brow, sets his hands, breathes, and begins again. Not with anger, not with fear, just the rhythm of effort, the calm in repetition, the knowledge that the gods can only punish so much, and beyond that, there is peace in persistence. Let your own thoughts settle now. Let the hill fade. Let the boulder roll softly out of view. You are not trapped in the task. You are simply resting from it. Sleep well. Tantalus was once beloved by the gods, not merely tolerated, not grudgingly invited to Olympus like some misbehaving demigod cousin, but truly welcomed. A mortal king, perhaps even the son of Zeus himself, depending on which poet you ask, and held in high regard by those who rarely held mortals in anything but contempt. He dined at their table, he drank their nectar. He was allowed into their secrets, however cautiously. And as you might expect, that went terribly. Because in Greek mythology, the surest way to ensure your own downfall is not to defy the gods, but to be too close to them, to step into their world and forget, even for a moment, that you are not one of them, that you are dust and they are eternal. Tantalus forgot, or perhaps he simply chose not to remember. He ruled over Lydia, a wealthy kingdom known for its gold and grandeur. By all accounts, he had everything a man could ask for: power, influence, divine favour. And yet it wasn't enough. It rarely is in stories like this. Satisfaction is not a virtue in myth. Longing is. And Tantalus, for all his blessings, longed for more. Some say he began stealing food from Olympus, not because he needed it, but because he could. Ambrosia and nectar, the divine sustenance that kept the gods immortal, spirited away and handed to mortals as party favours. An act that might be considered generous, if it weren't also the equivalent of watering down the sacred wine. Others say he shared the secrets of the gods. Prophecies, divine plans, gossip perhaps. He took what was whispered in confidence and carried it down to earth, the way one might pinch a fig from a sacred grove and offer it as dessert at dinner. But worst of all, in the most infamous version of the myth, Tantalus devised a test. He wanted to see whether the gods truly were all-knowing, whether their claims to wisdom were more than ceremonial. So he invited them to a feast, and there, in a gesture so grotesque it strains belief, he served them a stew made from his own son, Pelops. It's worth pausing here, because even by the standards of Greek tragedy, this is excessive. Why? That's the eternal question. Was it arrogance? Insanity? A cynical, philosophical experiment? Perhaps Tantalus believed the gods wouldn't notice, or perhaps he hoped they would, and the horror would somehow affirm their divinity. Either way, he dismembered his own child, boiled the pieces, and placed the dish before the gods. They did notice. All of them, except Demeter, who, still grieving the abduction of her daughter Persephone, was too distracted to pay attention. She took a single bite, a shoulder, before the truth was revealed. The gods recoiled in revulsion, but they also responded with a kind of eerie precision. They reassembled the boy, restored him to life, and replaced the missing shoulder with one crafted from ivory. Pelops, as it happens, would go on to have his own mythic saga. Chariot races, curses, and children who made Greek theatre look like an episode of daytime television. But Tantalus, he would be punished, and not in the usual fashion. Zeus didn't just strike him down. He didn't chain him in Tartarus or hurl him from Olympus. No, Tantalus was given a punishment that matched his crime, not in violence, but in symbolism. He was placed in the afterlife, in a special part of Hades designed just for him, a personal hell sculpted with exquisite irony. He was made to stand in a shallow pool of water. Around him grew trees heavy with fruit, apples, figs, pomegranates. The air was warm, the branches bowed with abundance. A feast for the senses. And he was starving. Whenever he bent down to drink, the water would drain away from his lips. Whenever he reached up to pluck a fruit, the branches would sway just out of reach. An eternal cycle of hunger and denial. That, in essence, is the punishment. Not fire, not chains, but endless almost. Tantalus is not torn apart. He is not howling in pain. He is simply waiting, longing, in a state of perpetual frustration. The fruit glows golden in the light. The water laps gently at his knees. But neither will ever satisfy. It's a punishment so elegant it almost feels quiet. No blood, no screaming, just yearning and absence. That's where we get the word tantalize, of course, to torment someone with the promise of something they cannot have. You've likely felt it in your own life. The job interview that went well, but never called back. The dessert behind the glass just before payday. The endless scroll of what could be. Tantalus lives in that space, forever. The ancient Greeks had a knack for poetic justice. Their punishments were rarely random. They echoed the crime. Tantalus, who once fed the gods something unspeakable, is now surrounded by food he cannot taste. He, who played with the divine order of nourishment and sacrifice, now hungers in the shadow of plenty. His crime wasn't just murder, it was the desecration of hospitality, a sacred value in ancient Greece. Xenia, the guest-friend bond, was protected by Zeus himself. To betray your guests, or your hosts, was to violate one of the pillars of Greek culture. Tantalus had eaten at the gods' table, and then offered them horror in return. His punishment, then, is not just a torment, but an exile. He is no longer welcome at any table, not mortal, not divine. He stands alone in a world that offers but never gives. It's deeply mythic, yes, but also quietly human. We all live with wants we cannot reach. desires that slip just out of grasp. Tantalus's pool is not only in the underworld, it is in the heart that longs and waits and never receives. And that is perhaps why his story endures. Not just because it's strange or grotesque, but because it reflects something familiar. That quiet ache, that reaching. The Greeks knew this feeling. Their world was one of scarcity, of fate, of fragile hopes. They built temples to thank the gods, yes, but also to beg them, to plead, to offer wine and grain in exchange for rain, for safety, for justice. Tantalus was a reminder of what happens when you take without reverence, when you cross the line not just of propriety, but of sacred order. And yet, there is a softness in his sentence, a sort of terrible gentleness. No tormentor, no lash, just the whisper of water and the rustle of leaves, again and again, forever. Art and literature have returned to Tantalus again and again. Painters have shown him half submerged, reaching upward. Writers have invoked him as metaphor. Philosophers, from Plato to Nietzsche, have seen in him the embodiment of unmet desire, the tragedy of being almost divine and yet bound by mortal hungers. In some versions he cries out. In others he grows silent. Perhaps with time he no longer reaches. Perhaps he stands still, neck deep in memory, letting the wind and water swirl around him like the past. Or perhaps, and this is the cruelest possibility of all, he continues to believe that maybe next time the water will stay, that this time the fruit will not move. That hope, so famously left behind in Pandora's jar, has found a new home in him. That too is its own punishment. Let your mind now drift to that strange orchard. The light is soft, the pool is still, the trees hang heavy, swaying in the gentlest breeze. And there, in the middle, stands a man, not screaming, not weeping, just reaching. And the fruit is always just beyond his fingertips, and the water is always just below his lips, and time does not pass. Or if it does, he cannot tell. Sleep now. You're not in that orchard. Your hungers are real, but they end. Your thirsts will be quenched. The fruit will not always sway away from you, but for now, let the image fade. And let the gods, petty, poetic, eternal, go on punishing those who reach too far. You need only close your eyes. The feast will still be there when you wake. Niobe was a queen, proud, radiant, and surrounded by children. So many children, in fact, that she sometimes lost count. Some say she had 6 sons and 6 daughters. Others say 7 and 7. A perfect symmetry. A full house. A mother's triumph. And Niobe was very proud of that. Too proud. She ruled the city of Thebes beside her husband Amphion, a man said to have built the city's walls with the music of his lyre. The two of them were a golden couple, noble, talented, blessed. But it was Niobe who drew the eye, not just for her beauty, but for her confidence, her certainty, her sense that she had earned, perhaps even deserved, everything she had. And this is where the trouble began. You see, pride in Greek myth is never just about being pleased with your accomplishments. It's about overstepping, forgetting one's place. And in Niobe's case, she began to forget that she was mortal. One day, as the city prepared to honour the goddess Leto, a quiet, dignified deity, known mostly for giving birth to the twin gods Apollo and Artemis, Niobe looked around and asked a dangerous question. Why should the people worship Leto, who had only 2 children, when Niobe herself had many? It wasn't shouted. It wasn't carved into stone. It was, as these things often are, a moment of misplaced confidence. a queen surrounded by daughters and sons, looking at the temple preparations and thinking, surely I am more deserving of reverence than she. There's a word for this, of course. Hubris. Mortal arrogance. The crime of thinking yourself equal to a god. Or worse, superior. And in Greek mythology, hubris never goes unanswered. Leto heard the insult. Not directly, perhaps. Gods rarely eavesdrop in person. But words have a way of reaching Olympus. And though Leto was known for her grace, her response came through her children. She didn't send a plague. She didn't shake the earth. She simply sent her son and daughter. Apollo, god of music, prophecy, and light. And Artemis, goddess of the hunt, of wild animals and young women. Divine twins. Born of the same mother that Niobe had mocked. They descended quietly, and one by one they killed Niobe's children. Some say Apollo took the sons, and Artemis the daughters. Others say Artemis spared one daughter, or two, depending on the version, while Apollo left one son alive to carry the memory. The stories shift as myths often do, but the essence remains. Niobe, the mother of many, became the mother of none. There was no battle, no defence. The children fell in the fields, in the palace by the altar. They died not because they had sinned, but because they had been born to a mother who spoke too freely. Niobe fled. She ran to Mount Sipylus, her childhood home, weeping and hollow with grief. And there she begged the gods, not for mercy, not for vengeance, but for release, for the end of suffering. And the gods answered. They turned her to stone. She became a part of the mountain, her form frozen in rock, her face tilted downward. Her eyes, it said, continued to weep, a slow, eternal spring that trickled from the cliffside like tears that time could not dry. Even in her silence, Niobe mourned. There are many kinds of punishment in myth. Some are loud, filled with screaming and fire and spectacle. Others, like Niobe's, are quiet, still, eternal. She wasn't torn apart or cast into Tartarus. She wasn't made to suffer grotesque physical torment. She was simply left with the memory, frozen, alone, weeping. And this, in many ways, is a more intimate kind of punishment, one that doesn't rely on chains or monsters, but on grief. A mother who once counted her children as trophies is now left to count only their absence. The myth serves, of course, as a warning. Don't boast, don't compare. Don't place yourself above the gods, especially in matters as sacred as birth and motherhood. Leto had only 2 children, but those 2 were divine. Niobe had many, but they were mortal. And in the cosmic scales of Olympus, quality outweighs quantity. Or so the gods would have us believe. But there's something else too. Something deeper. Niobe's story isn't just about punishment. It's about the fragility of joy. The swiftness with which life can turn from fullness to emptiness. The way pride and love are often tangled together, indistinguishable until it's too late. She loved her children. That's rarely questioned. Her crime wasn't hatred or neglect. It was pride. She loved them too much. Or perhaps, more precisely, she loved what they said about her. And who among us hasn't done the same? Placed our self-worth in our accomplishments, our family, our reputation? Niobe is tragic, not because she was monstrous, but because she was recognizably human. Her transformation into stone also reflects an ancient idea. That overwhelming grief turns people into something less alive. That mourning, carried too long, hardens, turns inward, becomes landscape. The Greeks understood this. They made their myths not just to frighten or entertain, but to explain. A rocky cliff that seemed to resemble a woman's face? That was Niobe. That was sorrow made permanent. That was what became of a queen who boasted too loudly. In some parts of Turkey, on Mount Sipylus, there is a rock formation that locals for centuries have called the Weeping Rock. Water drips from it, slow and steady, and though geologists will tell you it's groundwater seeping through limestone, the myth remains. Even today, travellers visit the mountain and say, "There, that is Niobe." Not a name carved in marble, not a poem, a rock, weeping. Niobe appears in later literature too, a symbol of maternal grief, of arrogance punished, but also of sorrow immortalised. In Dante's Inferno, she is mentioned among the weeping souls. In Shakespeare's Hamlet, the prince compares his mother's remarriage to Niobe's tears, suggesting, perhaps unfairly, that her mourning was only performative. But Niobe herself never speaks again. That is part of her punishment, and perhaps her absolution. She who once spoke too boldly now says nothing. Only the water speaks for her. There is a quiet power in that. A reminder that some wounds never find words. And perhaps, just perhaps, the gods in their own cold way showed her mercy. She was not erased, not hurled into oblivion. She was given a form that could endure. She was allowed to mourn. Pride turned to stone, love turned to legend. Let your thoughts drift, if you wish, to that mountainside. The wind is soft. The rock is warm beneath the sun. And from a crevice the water trickles, not loudly but steadily. The tears of a mother who once had everything, and now has only this. There are no gods in sight. No thunderbolts. Just silence. And time. Niobe is still there. Or the idea of her is, unmoving, unforgetting. And as you lie still, perhaps you feel a little of her stillness. Not her sorrow, that is hers alone, but the peace that comes after, the hush. For the Greeks, grief was a sacred thing. It had rituals, garments, timelines. To mourn was to honour. But to mourn forever, that was dangerous. That could twist the soul. So the story of Niobe stands as both warning and elegy. Don't boast, but also don't forget. She reminds us that children are not possessions, that life is fragile, that even love can invite ruin when pride walks too closely beside it. And so she weeps, not in rage, not in drama, but in that slow geological way that only myths and mountains understand. Sleep now, if you will. You are not stone. You are soft and warm and living. And Niobe will keep watch. She's been doing it for a very, very long time. Actaeon was a hunter, not a king, not a demigod, not a schemer or philosopher. Just a man with a bow, a pack of hounds, and a love for the wilderness. He was the kind of person who found silence more agreeable than song, whose temples were the forests, and whose prayers were arrows loosed into the wind. In other words, the sort of man who kept mostly to himself, and might have lived a long and peaceful life, if not for one unlucky moment. The story begins in the high hills of Boeotia, in central Greece, where sunlight filters through thick canopies, and the air carries the scent of pine and moss. There, Actaeon hunted. He knew the paths, the watering holes, the secret places where deer tread softly. His dogs, 50 in some versions, more in others, moved with him as if part of his own limbs. Theirs was a quiet, sacred bond. But even in those wooded hills, a man is never far from a god. And in Actaeon's case, he was far too close. One afternoon, As the sun hung low and the air turned gold, Actaeon wandered from his companions. Perhaps he followed the scent of game. Perhaps he was simply thirsty. Perhaps, as some versions of the myth suggest, he was led by fate. What he found, deep in a hidden glade, was a pool. Not a muddy animal trough or a trickling stream, but a sacred spring. The kind that sings gently as it spills from the rocks, its surface still and glassy. And there, within that secluded water, bathed a goddess, Artemis, the virgin goddess of the hunt, of wild creatures, of the moon, she who ran faster than deer and struck more surely than mortal hands could imagine, she who loved her solitude, her sisterhood of nymphs, her untouched freedom. She was not dressed for the court. She was not cloaked in thunder or fire. She was simply bathing, bare and unguarded, in the place she believed was hers alone. And then she saw him. Actaeon stood frozen. One step too far, one breath too loud. He had not spoken. He had not meant to spy. But his eyes had opened, and that was enough. Because in Greek myth, there are few sins more dangerous than seeing something the gods did not intend you to see, especially her. The scene freezes here in many retellings, a long, suspended breath. The startled goddess, her arm half raised in reflex. The young hunter, caught not in lust or conquest, but in raw, paralyzing astonishment. Not desire, just shock. A moment neither of them chose, but the gods are not known for nuance. Artemis reacted in a flash. She reached for the nearest thing, water, and flung it in his direction. The spell was spoken, or perhaps not spoken at all. With the splash of that sacred spring, Actaeon began to change. His limbs bent, his spine twisted. His hands, which once knocked arrows and brushed fur, grew narrow, cloven and wild. His face elongated. His tongue thickened. His eyes widened. He was no longer a man. He was a stag. A great, strong, terrified deer, trembling in the grass. Antlers heavy on his head. Mind still human, but body ruled by instinct and fear. And somewhere in the distance, his dogs caught his scent. What happened next is difficult to linger on, but we must, gently. His hounds came bounding, the pack he had raised from pups, taught to track, to kill, to obey. They knew his voice better than thunder. But now they did not know him. They saw only the stag. And they did what they had been trained to do. They gave chase. Actaeon ran. The forest, once his home, blurred past him in panic. His hooves slipped on moss. Branches scraped his sides. The scent of his own fear filled the air. The dogs followed, snarling and hungry with purpose. No commands came to stop them, only the echo of what once was. And then, when he could run no more, they tore him apart. The hunter, undone by his own hounds. The man who knew the woods better than anyone, now buried in them, not by ceremony, but by silence. There are no songs about his bravery, no temple raised in his name. He is remembered, if he is remembered at all, as a cautionary tale. Do not look upon what is forbidden. Do not see what is sacred. But what exactly was his crime? In some tellings it was purely accidental. A misstep? A wrong turn? The tragedy of bad timing. In others the story is less gentle. Actaeon is said to have bragged, to have boasted that he was a better hunter than Artemis herself, or in some darker versions that he had sought her on purpose, that his eyes were not innocent, but full of conquest. The myth is flexible. It adapts to the time, to the teller, to the needs of the audience, but the punishment remains the same. And perhaps that is the point. Because Artemis, for all her grace and purity, is not merciful. She is fierce. She protects her boundaries. She defends her mysteries. She is not a goddess to be explained. She is a force to be accepted. And when her privacy is broken, when her divine space is pierced, no matter how accidentally, she does not forgive. The transformation into a stag is no coincidence. Artemis is the goddess of the wild. To turn a man into prey is not just revenge, it's symbolism. It flips the order of the world. The hunter becomes the hunted. The master becomes the beast. The loyal hounds, once his pride, become the teeth of justice. There's something terrifying in that symmetry, something mythically precise. But there's also something very human in Actaeon's fate. How many times in history, in literature, in our own lives, has someone seen something they weren't meant to, learned a truth too early, witnessed a secret, a sorrow, a private pain, and been punished for knowing? Actaeon's sin is visibility, and his punishment is erasure. He is silenced, removed. His memory exists not as a hero, but as a warning, a whisper. Don't go too far into the woods. Don't look too long. Don't follow the sound of water. And yet, we do. Humans always have. We are drawn to mystery, to beauty, to the edges of what we understand. That's the tragedy of Actaeon. He did what so many do, walked a little too far, looked a little too long, asked a question with his eyes, and found no answer, only punishment. And Artemis? She remains untouched. She slips back into the glade. The water stills, the leaves grow quiet, and the myth rolls forward. Some say that after his death, the gods took pity on Actaeon, that his soul was welcomed gently into the afterlife, that he was restored in some other form, somewhere else. Others say nothing, just a story, just a name, just a man who became a deer, and then a memory. Let your thoughts settle now in that forest. The air is cool, the light filters softly through the trees. A stream trickles nearby, its water clear and cold. You walk carefully, respectfully. The dogs are gone, the hunt has ended. There is only peace here now. And if you look, not too long, not too close, you might see the shadow of antlers in the trees, the flicker of a shape that once was human, a whisper of a man who saw and ran and fell. The gods are not watching, not tonight, but the woods are. Let them keep you safe. Let sleep come like mist among the trees. Let the story end in silence. Arachne was born without a drop of divine blood. No noble lineage, no famous father, or magical prophecy. She was just a girl from Lydia, a small region in Asia Minor, known more for its wool than its warriors. Her parents were humble. Her mother wove cloth for the markets. Her father dyed the thread, soaking the fibres in purple drawn from rare sea snails. They were not wealthy, but their household was quiet, industrious, and content. And into that quiet life, Arachne brought beauty. From a young age, her hands worked the loom with a skill that felt more than human. Her fingers danced through the warp and weft, coaxing silk and wool into patterns so fine, so impossibly delicate, that even the older women at the market paused to watch. Her tapestries shimmered like water, breathed like clouds. Birds stitched in thread seemed ready to fly. Leaves wove themselves into breezes. Horses galloped across linen fields. People began to talk. Some said she must have been taught by the goddess Athena herself, the patroness of wisdom, of crafts, of weaving. Who else could explain such talent? But Arachne, perhaps still young, or perhaps already growing tired of the whispers, said no. She had learned from no one. Her skill was her own. Hard won. Practiced. Perfected. And then she said something she should not have said. She claimed she was better than Athena. Not just gifted, not equal, better. In Greek mythology, this is where the quiet part of the story ends. Because no matter how skilled or beloved a mortal is, comparing oneself to a god, or worse, outshining them, is the spark that lights the fuse. The word for this, once again, is hubris. It is not always wickedness that invites divine wrath. Sometimes it's simply the act of forgetting that you are small, that your place in the cosmos is below, not level, not above, just below. And so, as stories go, the goddess heard her name spoken. Athena, daughter of Zeus, grey-eyed and ever watchful, listened as this mortal girl declared herself the superior weaver. And, to no one's surprise, she came down to earth to see for herself. But gods don't always arrive with thunder. Sometimes they come in disguise. Athena took the form of an old woman, hunched, wrinkled, with eyes like polished stone. She visited Arachne's workshop and offered a warning. A chance, really. She told her, be humble. Thank the gods for your gift. Apologize, turn back. But Arachne, flushed with youth or blinded by pride, perhaps both, refused. She said plainly that she stood by her claim, that she would welcome a contest, that if the goddess of weaving thought herself so superior, she should prove it. And Athena, no longer amused, revealed herself. Her disguise fell like a shawl. She stood tall, glowing in her divinity, her grey eyes blazing not with rage, but with something colder. Resolve. The contest began. 2 looms. 2 sets of threads. 2 women, 1 mortal, 1 divine, side by side in silence. The challenge wasn't just about skill. It was about artistry. Vision. Who could best tell a story through fabric and thread? Athena wove first. Her tapestry was filled with order and glory. In rich, regal tones, she depicted the triumphs of the gods, scenes of Olympus at peace, of mortals paying homage, of divine justice reigning over the world. At each corner, she wove cautionary tales. Mortals punished for pride, for disrespect, for thinking themselves too clever. It was essentially a threat, stitched in gold. Arachne wove next, and her tapestry was flawless. She chose a different story. She showed the gods not as just or kind, but as flawed, as cruel, as selfish. She wove scene after scene of divine misconduct. Zeus seducing mortal women in the guise of swans and bulls. Poseidon chasing nymphs. Apollo abandoning lovers. She did not lie. These were tales known and whispered, painted on vases and sung in secret. But she told them with such precision, such beauty, that her work glowed. Even Athena, it said, could find no fault in the craftsmanship. And yet, the message was clear. Arachne had done more than compete. She had accused. The room was silent. The goddess stood. The mortal girl held her breath. And then Athena tore the tapestry to pieces. She did not strike Arachne. She didn't need to. Her fingers tore through the cloth like wind through silk. The threads unravelled, the scenes dissolved. And Arachne, humiliated and overwhelmed, did what mortals often do when they learn the gods can destroy what they love most. She fled. She wept. And then, in some versions, she hanged herself. The myth doesn't pause to consider how young she was, or how cruel it is to give someone talent and then punish them for using it truthfully. But Athena, perhaps feeling the weight of her own fury, chose not to let Arachne die. She touched the girl's body and changed it. Her limbs shrank. Her skin darkened. Her fingers multiplied and thinned. Her eyes grew. Her body rounded. Arachne became the first spider, and she would weave forever. No longer on a loom, but in corners, in rafters, in shadows. Her tapestries, now made of silk, no longer told stories, not ones we can read, but they glistened in dew, shimmered in moonlight. They captured not fame or reverence, but flies. Her punishment was not pain, it was transformation. Athena did not kill her. She gave her eternity, but not as a girl, not as a rival, as a creature beneath notice, spinning quietly in the corners of the world. And there she remains. It's easy, perhaps, to miss the cruelty in this myth. Arachne is not burned, not banished, not torn apart, but she is reduced. She is made less than she was, and made eternal. It is the punishment of visibility turned to invisibility. A girl once praised across cities is now something you flick away or trap in a glass. And yet, she spins. Despite everything, the spider still weaves. Even today, their webs, intricate, patient, purposeful, remain a testament to a girl who once dared to speak truth through thread. The myth of Arachne raises questions that never quite settle. Was she wrong to boast? Was she foolish to speak the truth through her craft? Should she have lied? Would that have saved her? Or was this always her fate, to create something perfect, and be punished not for the work, but for who she was? In Greek mythology, talent is often a double-edged gift. Mortals are praised for their gifts, then punished for enjoying them too much. Daedalus built wings and lost his son. Orpheus sang too beautifully and turned to look. Arachne wove too well, and told the wrong stories. Perhaps the real crime wasn't that she challenged the gods, but that she revealed them. Athena is often described as a wise goddess, thoughtful, measured. But wisdom, when wounded, can be sharp. She didn't just win the contest. She ensured that Arachne would never be able to create again as a human. Only as a whisper, a thread. And yet, spiders continue. Patient, silent, meticulous. They spin in barns and caves and windowsills, their silk stronger than steel, invisible until it glints. They are not celebrated, but they endure. And in that quiet perseverance, perhaps Arachne has found a kind of peace. Let your mind drift now to a small, dark corner of a quiet house. A web stretches across a beam, delicate, intricate, unnoticed by most. And in its centre, a tiny creature waits, not in fear, not in anger, just in stillness. She no longer boasts. She no longer weeps. She simply spins. And in the hush of night, when the world is asleep, and the gods have turned their eyes elsewhere, the spider remembers who she was. Not with regret, but with the calm of someone who told the truth once, and never had to speak again. Let that silence hold you now. The loom is gone, but the thread continues. Sleep as Arachne spins. Pentheus was a rational man, a king, young, sharp, and confident, perhaps a little too confident. He ruled over Thebes, the ancient city famed for drama, for tragedy, and for never quite getting a quiet day. Pentheus had inherited the throne from his grandfather Cadmus, and unlike the old king, he had little time for gods, omens, or mystery. Where others saw signs, Pentheus saw disorder. Where others whispered of divinity, he spoke of discipline. And of all the gods, there was one he found especially distasteful, Dionysus, the god of wine, of revelry, of madness, the bringer of ecstasy and confusion. A god who danced where others marched, who laughed where others lectured. To Pentheus, Dionysus was the embodiment of everything a kingdom should avoid: wildness, emotion, chaos, the unbuttoning of the human mind. He did not fear this god, he despised him. And when word reached Thebes that Dionysus had returned, spreading his cult across the countryside, Pentheus was not impressed. The stories were already swirling. Women leaving their homes, abandoning their looms and cradles, running off into the mountains. Dancing, singing, tearing animals apart with their bare hands. The Bacchae, they were called, female followers of Dionysus, caught in holy madness. To Pentheus, it sounded like hysteria, disorder masquerading as religion. And so he did what kings often do when faced with something they don't understand. He cracked down. He ordered the Bacchic rites banned, the vineyards uprooted, the drums silenced. He sent soldiers into the hills to arrest the women and bring them back in chains. He was going to restore order, reason, to Thebes. And then a stranger arrived, handsome, calm, with eyes that glinted like dark wine. He wore no armour, he carried no weapon, but when he spoke, people listened. He claimed to be a follower of Dionysus, and more than that, a living testament to the god's power. He didn't shout, he didn't threaten. He simply said that the god had returned, and that those who rejected him would suffer. Pentheus, of course, had him arrested. The stranger went peacefully. The guards dragged him to the palace and threw him into the dungeon. Pentheus came down to see him, to question him, to mock him. And there, in the dark of the prison, the stranger warned him. Dionysus does not like to be ignored. But Pentheus... Oh, Pentheus laughed. He mocked the stranger's long hair, his soft hands, his feminine robes. He called him weak, deluded. He threatened to torture him, to cut off his hair, to show him what power really looked like. And still, the stranger smiled. When the guards tried to shackle him, the palace trembled. The chains fell, the torches blew out. The doors swung open on their own. The stranger vanished, not with a bang, but with a sigh. And suddenly, Pentheus found himself curious. He called his advisors, asked them about the Bacchae. What did they really do out there in the woods? What rituals did they perform? What did they wear? He wanted to go, to see. But how? A king would never be allowed. The women would scatter. The rituals would stop. And then the stranger returned. He offered a disguise, a dress, a wig, a veil. "Let me make you one of them," he said. "Let me take you to the mountain, and you can see for yourself what Dionysus does in the wild." And Pentheus, logical, practical, proud Pentheus, agreed. Why? Perhaps it was madness, or vanity, or the first sip of Dionysus's influence, not in wine, but in curiosity. He dressed. He painted his face. He smiled into a mirror and thought for a moment that he'd looked rather fine. The stranger led him into the woods, and the trees grew darker. Up the mountain they went, deeper into the land of ivy and drums. The wind sang through the leaves. A scent of wine and earth filled the air. And then, voices, laughter, song, shrieks of joy. The Bacchae danced in a clearing, wild and radiant. They moved like creatures without weight. Their eyes glowed with something not entirely human. Pentheus stood behind a tree, peering through the leaves, watching. He didn't understand what he was seeing. The ritual was beyond words. It was not reason. It was not logic. It was surrender. These women were not out of control. They were freed. And in that moment, something in him shifted. But it was too late. The stranger whispered one final word in his ear and left. And the Bacchae turned. They saw the intruder, this false woman hiding behind the branches, and madness filled them. This is the heart of Dionysus's power. Not destruction, but dissolution. He does not burn you. He unravels you. The Bacchaes surged forward. They tore through the trees. They seized Pentheus, still in his dress, still stunned, still reaching for a name he could no longer remember. And among them was Agave, his mother. She, too, was deep in the god's trance. She saw not her son, but a lion, a beast, a threat to the sacred grove. She led the charge. She took his head. And only later, as she carried it down the mountain in triumph, did the madness fade. She saw what she held, what she had done, and she wept. Pentheus's body was buried quietly. There was no royal funeral, no grand speeches. Thebes fell into silence. And the stranger? He revealed himself fully at last. He was Dionysus, god not just of wine, but of transformation, of blurred lines, of the soft places where control gives way to chaos. He had warned them. He had offered grace. And now he was done. He left the city just as softly as he'd arrived. What do we make of this story? It is not a tale of evil punished. Pentheus was not a monster. He was proud, rigid, afraid of what he could not command. And that is what Dionysus punishes. Not crime, but resistance. In Greek thought, Dionysus is the god who reveals what we keep hidden. He tears away masks. Not to mock, but to liberate. To show you who you are when no one is watching. Pentheus could not bear that, and so he became the mask. The myth is haunting because it is not wrong to seek order, but when order becomes denial, when structure becomes fear, the gods send their answers in madness. There is something modern about Dionysus, something psychological. He represents the part of us we lock away, the cry we silence, the truth we avoid. And when we ignore it too long, it finds us. In Greek tragedy, this story is told by Euripides in the Bacchae, a play where the god is both gentle and terrifying, where the chorus sings of freedom and the stage ends in blood. But Euripides, ever the ironist, does not give us easy answers. He does not say Dionysus is right. He simply says, this is what happens. You cannot suppress the soul forever. And if you try, it will rise. In many ways, this is a story about the cost of ignoring what is wild in ourselves, about what happens when we mock the parts of life that don't fit neatly into reason, about what happens when we stare too long at the mirror and forget who is staring back. Let your thoughts drift now to that mountain. The drums have faded, the women sleep, the wind moves softly through the trees, and somewhere, deeper still, the god smiles. Not in vengeance, but in understanding. He knows that sleep too is a kind of surrender. So let go. Let the city of Thebes fall silent. Let the wild pass by. And let the night carry you gently into dreams beyond the edge of reason. Tiresias was not born into greatness. His name did not inspire awe when he was young. He wasn't visited by oracles in his cradle, or singled out by gods with glowing prophecy. He was, at first, simply a child in the city of Thebes, a place that seemed to attract more than its share of disasters and destinies. Thebes was not quiet, but Tiresias was. From his earliest years, he was a watcher. Not a daydreamer exactly, just someone who saw more than he said. He listened when others talked and noticed when others overlooked. He paid attention to little things, patterns in birdsong, the shift of wind before rain, the way someone's eyes lingered too long on silence. It's tempting to call him wise even as a boy, but that's not quite true. He was curious, alert, sensitive to the movements of the world, and that eventually led him into the woods, and into myth. The moment that changed him forever did not arrive with music or thunder. It came in the hush of a forest clearing, in the flicker of light through high branches. Tiresias was walking alone. No company, no quest. Just step on a soft path and a mind tuned to the sounds of nature. And then he saw them, 2 snakes, twisting in the grass. Some say they were fighting, others say they were mating. Myth doesn't always distinguish between violence and intimacy, especially not when it comes to snakes. Perhaps Tiresias saw in their dance something unsettling, or perhaps he simply thought he was breaking up a quarrel. Whatever the reason, he raised his staff and struck. And the world changed. In a breath his form shifted, his balance changed, his strength moved inward. He looked down and realized he no longer recognized his own body. He had been turned into a woman, not merely a man in disguise, not half this or half that, entirely wholly changed, as though he had always been her. And with no explanation, no divine voice, no echo from the sky, Tiresias stepped forward into a new life. What followed was not madness, it was simply life. For 7 years he lived as a woman. He worked, he moved through cities and marketplaces. He gathered water, wove cloth, perhaps even taught. Some say she married. Some say she gave birth to a child. Some say she remained alone, but curious always. What is certain is this: she remembered. She remembered what it meant to be seen, not as a prophet or a man, but as a woman, with all the unspoken expectations that came with that. She noticed how the world shaped its attention, how authority changed based on voice, how touch meant something different when offered and when taken. She noticed softness in some things, hardness in others. She learned, and she stored that knowledge. 7 years passed. Then one day, as if pulled by a thread, Tiresias returned to the woods, to that same clearing. And there again were the snakes, still entangled, or perhaps their descendants. It hardly matters in myth. What matters is the act. This time she did not strike. She let them be, or in some versions gently separated them. And once again, transformation. Tiresias became a man again, but not the same man. There is something quietly astonishing about a person who has lived life as both woman and man, not imagined it, not dressed as it, but been it. Fully. Who knows not just how it feels to be one, but how others behave toward you because of it. The difference between being the subject of attention and the object of it, between being listened to and being heard. That knowledge, once gathered, never leaves, and it did not leave Tiresias. He carried it like a stone in his pocket, not heavy, but always there, and it might have ended there, a private story, a mystery known only to one. But this is a Greek myth, and the gods do not leave mysteries alone for long. Some time later, how much later, no one says, the gods began to argue. Zeus and Hera, husband and wife, king and queen of Olympus, were locked in one of their usual disputes. Their marriage was not known for peace. This time the subject was pleasure. More specifically, who experienced more pleasure in love? Zeus claimed it was women, 10 times more, he said. Hera, who did not enjoy being corrected, especially by her famously unfaithful husband, insisted it was men. They bickered, they raged. And finally, someone remembered Tiresias. He had been both, he would know. And so he was summoned, not asked, summoned. The gods rarely ask anything. And there, in their presence, he was given the question. No lead-in. No context, just, who experiences more pleasure in love, man or woman? He did not flinch. He said, of 10 parts, woman enjoys 9. Zeus smiled, victorious. Hera did not. And just like that, in a flash of divine impulse, she struck Tiresias blind. There was no warning, no trial, just darkness. Tiresias stood still. There was no scream, no begging. He simply lowered his head. But Zeus, who had gotten the answer he wanted, felt a flicker of remorse, or perhaps, in a rare moment, justice. And since the blindness could not be undone, even the gods are bound by some laws, he offered a gift instead. Prophecy. He touched Tiresias and opened his inner sight. From that day forward, the blind man could see what others could not. The future, the paths of fate, the shape of what would come. He could no longer see the colour of the sky, but he could see the ending of kings, the downfall of cities, the truth that people ran from. And so, Tiresias became a prophet. Not a loud one, not dramatic, just certain. He appears in many stories after this, often in Thebes, often saying things no one wants to hear. He tells Oedipus that he is not who he thinks he is, and is accused of madness. He tells Creon to spare Antigone, and is ignored. Again and again, Tiresias appears like a shadow, uninvited, unwavering. He speaks truth not because he wants to, but because he must. And that too is a kind of punishment. To always know, to always be right, and to watch the world choose the wrong path anyway. Prophecy in Greek myth is not power, it is sorrow. And Tiresias carries it with quiet grace. He is not bitter, not boastful. He listens more than he speaks. He walks slowly. He holds his staff gently, tapping the ground ahead of him. He smells the air. He hears everything. There is wisdom in blindness. Not romanticized, just real. The kind that comes when your eyes are no longer distracted by surfaces, and all that's left is sound and pattern and intuition. The Greeks did not pity him. They respected him. They made him the one who saw what others could not bear to see. And because of that, he is always alone. Never worshipped, never adored, just remembered. His punishment is not the blindness. It is being believed only too late. Even Odysseus, the most cunning of heroes, must descend into the underworld just to hear Tiresias' voice. Not because Tiresias demands it, but because, in the end, all roads lead to him. The blind man in the dark, still whispering truth. Let your thoughts slow now. Imagine him walking a quiet path. Thebes far behind him. The future still unwritten ahead. He touches the earth with his staff, gently. He knows where the cracks are. He knows where the stones give way. He does not rush. The world moves around him, and he walks through it like a song almost forgotten. No punishment left now. Only understanding. Let that calm settle over you. The gods are silent. The city sleeps. And Tiresias dreams, not of what was, not of what will be, but of what is. The stillness between questions. The moment just before the truth. And you too are allowed to rest now. No riddles, no prophecy, just sleep. Greek mythology does not have saints. It has survivors. It has cautionary tales. It has mortals and gods locked in an endless waltz of power, desire, and delicate negotiation. It also has punishments. So many punishments, doled out not always in proportion to crime, but often in proportion to disobedience, or pride, or merely catching the attention of someone in Olympus on the wrong day. The stories we've explored, of Prometheus, Sisyphus, Tantalus, Pentheus, Tiresias and others, are not merely fables. They are windows into how the Greeks understood their world. Their gods were not always just, but they were reflective. Divine punishment was not always about evil. More often, it was about overreach, hubris, stepping beyond one's place. Let's take a slow walk through the lessons. Start with Prometheus, the clever titan who gave humanity fire, the divine spark, knowledge, civilization. And for this, he was chained to a rock and fed upon by an eagle for eternity. Why? Because he gave humans something without permission. Because he defied Zeus. Because he acted not with cruelty, but with autonomy. He chose to help mortals, and he did it not through force, but wit. In the Greek imagination, Prometheus was not wrong, but he was bold. And boldness, to the gods, was often indistinguishable from rebellion. Punishment, then, became not just retribution, but a reminder: knowledge has a cost. Every leap forward comes with a price. Prometheus lit the torch, but he paid in pain. Then there's Sisyphus, trickster, escape artist, charmer. A man so clever he cheated death, more than once. But cleverness, in myth, only takes you so far. Sisyphus was condemned to roll a boulder uphill forever, only to watch it roll back down each time. His sin? Not murder, not betrayal, but defiance. He refused to die when it was his time. He outwitted the gods, laughed in their faces, tricked Hades, delayed his own funeral. And the punishment wasn't death. It was futility. A brilliant mind condemned to meaningless repetition. It wasn't about pain. It was about frustration. The Greeks, ever philosophical, understood this well. The worst fate is not agony. It's purpose denied. Effort without reward. Motion without meaning. Tantalus too suffers a punishment that mirrors his crime. He fed the gods a stew made from his own son. A test, a dare, a mockery of their all-knowing divinity. And so he was placed in a pool of water, with food just out of reach, eternally hungry, eternally thirsty, but never satisfied. To tempt the gods was to be tempted forever. His punishment was not violent, it was poetic. That's the theme you'll notice again and again. Punishment in Greek myth is often symbol-made flesh. Niobe, who bragged about her many children, was left weeping over their graves. Her tears flowed so long she became stone. Actaeon, who saw Artemis bathing, was turned into a stag and torn apart by his own dogs. He became the hunted, the inverse of his identity. Arachne, who dared to challenge Athena in a weaving contest, and won, was turned into a spider. Still weaving, always weaving, but never as a woman again. There's a certain theatrical elegance to it. The gods were many things, but they were not imaginative in mercy. They were imaginative in irony. They turned character traits into cages. And for the Greeks, this made sense, because these myths were not meant to be instruction manuals. They were meant to explain the tension between human limitation and divine expectation, between freedom and fate. They were mirrors held up to the uncomfortable truth that life is often unjust, that suffering doesn't always match sin, and that power, when eternal, does not necessarily grow kind. But, and this is important, not all punishment was vengeance. Sometimes it was transformation. Tiresias, after all, was not punished in the usual sense. He was changed, blinded, yes, but gifted with prophecy, given insight few could bear. Dionysus didn't crush Pentheus with a thunderbolt. He let him destroy himself, through curiosity, through denial, through trying to observe what should have been honoured. And some mortals who suffered did so not because they were evil, but because they stepped into a space the gods felt was theirs alone. Take Icarus, who flew too close to the sun. His wings melted. He fell. Not because he committed a crime, but because he forgot that the sky is not ours. Greek mythology is filled with these moments, quiet reminders that the gods are not always cruel, but they are always watching, and they do not like being challenged, even when they are wrong. Nowhere is this more clearly shown than in the tale of Arachne, immortal woman, brilliant weaver, no crime beyond pride. She created a tapestry showing the gods' flaws, their mistakes, their indiscretions. And it was beautiful. So beautiful, in fact, that even Athena, the goddess of wisdom and craft, could not deny its brilliance. But gods do not like mirrors. So Arachne was turned into a spider. Some say it was punishment. Others say it was mercy, allowing her to continue weaving forever. That's the strange thing about Greek myth. Every punishment is a question. Is it justice? Is it cruelty? Is it evolution? Let's not forget Orpheus. He descended into the underworld, not for power, not for glory, but for love. He almost succeeded in bringing Eurydice back. But at the last moment, he turned around, he looked, and she vanished. Was it punishment? Or a lesson? Don't look back. Or maybe some things cannot be undone. Or maybe trust is a fragile thread, and the gods are very still when they watch it snap. So many punishments in Greek myth are like this, less about teaching a lesson and more about preserving a story. They do not try to explain away suffering. They say instead, this happened because gods are gods, because mortals are mortals, and sometimes because someone dared to ask for more. We often think of myths as belonging to the past, as old things, dusty and brittle. But these stories continue because they reflect parts of us that never change. Pride, curiosity, boldness, fear, the desire to know more than we're supposed to, the need to love, to climb, to reach, and the consequences that come with that. In Greek culture, there was a word for this, hubris, overstepping one's mortal place, daring to claim too much. The gods didn't punish evil, they punished hubris, to be too good, too confident, too clever. The punishment for hubris was not always immediate. Sometimes it came through fate, sometimes through children or grandchildren, sometimes through the slow unravelling of everything a person had built. But it came. That was the lesson. Or perhaps the warning. And yet the Greeks did not despair. They wrote these stories not to make people cower, but to understand. Why does lightning strike? Because Zeus is angry. Why does the harvest fail? Because Demeter mourns. Why do the brave fall? Because courage does not protect against prophecy. The punishments of the gods are not tidy, but they are consistent. They remind us that life has weight, that choices echo, and that sometimes even the most beautiful effort can end in silence. And still we climb, still we ask, still we love. Because to be human in a Greek myth is not to be perfect, it is to try, even knowing the cost. And that perhaps is why these stories endure. They do not ask us to be saints, only to be aware, to know that the gods may be watching, and to act anyway. Let your thoughts settle now. The thunder is distant. The gods have retreated to Olympus. The mortals lie sleeping. Their stones, their altars, their broken oaths, quiet now. Somewhere a boulder rolls down a hill. Somewhere a prophet stirs in the dark. But you are allowed to rest. No riddles, no fate, no punishment, only breath, and the soft, unending hush of myth. Good night.